Okay, by my clock, it is 5:15. Good evening. Welcome to the special City Council meeting, April 17th, 2025. We have a large crowd tonight for this special meeting. To run the meeting efficiently, we will be using speaker cards. Please complete one card per item that you wish to comment on. Label your card with the item number, either 3A or 3B. Cards can be submitted until 15 minutes after public comment items begin. So in other words, for the first one, within the first 15 minutes, you have to fill out a card. Second item, you have to do the same. City clerk will call 4 names at a time, and then it'll go in order from there. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and if you need assistance completing a card, please contact someone from staff. Also, a reminder to keep the aisleway, this side over here. If we can keep it clear for speakers to get through, it'd be appreciated. We can get through in a timely manner. That being said, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Morgan.
Here.
Councilmember Orbach.
Here.
Vice Mayor Peterson.
Here.
And Mayor Clark.
Here. Would everybody please stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That was nice. Additional materials.
Staff received additional materials for tonight's agenda packet. For item 3A, 77 emails were received as of 5:15 p.m. For item 3B, 120 emails were received as of 5:15 p.m. All additional materials were made available in the online agenda packet. The in-person agenda packets available in the chambers were reprinted at about 4:45, so there are a few emails missing, but the online agenda packet is current.
Thank you. Brings us to item number 3. General Government, item A.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this item is the chapter 8.72 of the Capitola Municipal Code. It's an opportunity to present and get a little bit of background about that section of municipal code. Our city attorney is going to lead us through the first part of the presentation, and then I'm going to pick up about halfway through. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam Zeller, our city attorney.
Good evening. Good evening. As you know, I'm Samantha Zettler. I'm the city attorney. I'll be doing the first portion of the presentation, and then I'll turn it over to the city manager. I'll give you a quick overview, and then I'll jump right in. I think everyone is familiar with Measure L, so I won't spend too much time explaining the actual measure. I'll talk about the history, a little bit of how we have the measure today. I'll talk about, there's been some comments about the pre-election challenge that the city filed and the court's ruling on that. And then I'll talk about what I perceive to be the role of the city attorney and what the role of the city council is and sort of where we find ourselves now. And then I'll turn it over to city manager Goldstein, and he and I will sort of tag team the next portion, which is potential interpretations of Measure L. All righty?
Folks, if we could keep our comments down, that'd be great. There's a lot of people here that want to hear, and we want all the good information to get out. Thank you.
Can you go back one slide, please, Julia? Thanks. So, as most of us know, Measure L is a citizen initiative that was put on the ballot in 2018, meaning that instead of the city council or the city attorney drafting the language for the ballot measure, a group of citizens drafted the language for the ballot measure. The council then voted to put it on the ballot. It passed by 52% of the vote, and it has since been codified in Chapter 8.72 of the Municipal Code. Next slide. This is the ballot measure, or this is the ordinance as it's been codified. It's longer than this, but for our purposes tonight, what we'll talk to you the most about is the purpose, a provision of the purpose of the measure, which speaks to, we think, the intent of the measure, as well as the implementation portions of the measure, which are really the operative portions of the measure. That tells the city what the measure intends for the city staff and the council to do. Next slide. I'd like to talk briefly about the role of the city attorney. There's been some comments on that. We've gotten some correspondence about that over the last few months. I'm the city attorney of several cities. I've been doing this for too many years, perhaps. I've advised, I don't know, 20 to 30 cities, and my role as your city attorney is to advise you on the law. It's consistent with, I think, the ethics required of an attorney. It's consistent with the role of the city attorney as laid out in the government code, and it's consistent with my practice. I advise you on the law. I advise you on various options created by different laws, including the legal risks and the potential benefits of each option. And then I support your decision. I do not make the decision. That is not the role of an attorney. It is always the role of an attorney to give the best advice and then allow the client to make the decision. Sometimes, there are a lot of potential decisions that can be made. And in that case, I think it is the role of the attorney to weigh the options with the client, allow the client to make the decision, and then support the decision of the client. Next slide. And in this case, I will say, if it's not obvious, my client, my firm's client, is the city council. I'll go over a little bit of background of the councils on Measure L thus far. As you know, Measure L was enacted in 2018. You were not the only council since 2018. There have been other city councils. The city manager and I take our direction from the city council. In 2018, obviously, the city council directed the city attorney to file a pre-election challenge to Measure L. Based on the briefs, we can certainly derive from that city council thought that Measure L was unenforceable for the various reasons argued in the brief. In 2022, which was sort of the next time that the council really wrestled with Measure L, that council determined that the decisions before it at the time, which are different than the decisions that are before you, that council at that time determined that those decisions were consistent with Measure L. It also determined that the measure was unconstitutionally vague. Next slide. In 2018, the city filed a pre-election challenge. What this means is before the measure went on the ballot, the city filed a lawsuit, technically and oddly, against its own city clerk and the county clerk. It's an odd procedure, but it is a procedure that's permitted by the election code to allow agencies to file pre-election challenges. In the pre-election challenge, the city argued that Measure L was unconstitutional for various reasons. One, the city argued that it called for administrative rather than legislative action, meaning that Measure L purported to direct the activities of staff based on the language constituent departments, as opposed to set policy by the city council. So the argument was that instead of enacting legislation, which is the role of the initiative procedure, Measure L purported to direct the activity of administration. It also argued that Measure L conflicted with the city's general plan, that Measure L interfered with the council's fiscal discretion, and the Measure L is the legal terminology, which I got teased about earlier, is void for vagueness, which means that it is not understandable enough for those who are charged with administering it to know how to administer it. Next slide, please. The court ruled that the court did not permit the pre-election challenge, but this is important. The court did not rule on the merits of Measure L. I understand that there's been public comment to the contrary. That is incorrect. The court did not rule on the merits of Measure L. The court issued a one-page opinion. In that one-page opinion, it stated the petition is denied in its entirety because, as explained more thoroughly in the ruling, the claims asserted in the petition are not appropriate for pre-election review. In that same one-page opinion, the court adopted what's called a tentative ruling, which it had issued about a month prior, and that said, pursuant to guidelines instructions from the Supreme Court, and in light of the rushed atmosphere created by the shortened time for hearing this petition and conflicts in the interpretation of the initiative, this court finds that it is preferable to exercise caution by deferring a judicial resolution of petitioner's challenge until after the election, when the court will have the benefit of full, unhurried briefing, oral argument, and deliberation. Again, the court did not rule on the merits of Measure L. It did not rule on the merits of the city's argument or the quite vigorous opposition that was filed in response to the city's argument. The court only ruled the pre-election challenge was not appropriate. Next slide, please. Okay. I'd like to pause here and sort of tell you the implications of what I've just explained about prior council's, I don't want to say decisions, but prior council's approach to Measure L, as well as the court's failure to rule on the merits of Measure L. What that means is that the interpretation of Measure L is before you. You are not bound by prior council's determinations, just as future councils will not be bound necessarily by your determination. You are your own council. You have the authority to interpret Measure L. Second, the fact that the court did not rule on the merits of Measure L means only that. It means that there is no legal determination that Measure L is lawful or not lawful. It means that the court has not weighed in on Measure L. So where we stand now is that Measure L has been codified in the city code. It is on your books right now in the city code. I believe that that means that the council should either interpret Measure L in a way that the council may enforce Measure L, or the council should be prepared to defend a challenge against Measure L. And so the city manager and I have come up with some interpretations of Measure L that we think are consistent with the language of Measure L. Next slide. Are there any questions about what I've said? No? Thank you.
So let's bounce back to the last slide. First, I want to thank Sam for the presentation and also acknowledge a little bit of deja vu that I was sitting in this very chair talking to a different city council in 2018, talking about this initiative and talking about how it was challenging to understand and challenging to implement. So we are confronting that issue that we discussed starting in 2018, and hopefully we can conclude this evening with a clear understanding of the city's interpretation of this measure. So the measure, as Sam mentioned earlier, includes two kind of key ways, two clues, I think, if you will, about sort of its meaning and how it should be implemented. The first is the implementation section, which reads, the City of Capitola, through its constituent department, shall take all steps necessary to preserve and utilize the corridor and trestle for active transportation and recreation. And secondly, it says, no City of Capitola department, agency, or employee shall expend any funds or resources related to the construction, reconstruction, operation, maintenance, financing, marketing, or signage for a detour of the trail onto Capitola streets and sidewalks. So one of the things that I think has been mentioned recently is that none of the terms used in the implementation section are defined. So what exactly is meant by a detour? What is that exactly is meant by a Capitola street or sidewalk? So in that case, I think we can also go back to the purpose and look at the purpose to maybe help understand and interpret what it is that we are referring to in the detour. And the purpose says, it is the purpose of this chapter to improve safety and reduce traffic by keeping the Monterey Bay Scenic Trail in the Santa Cruz Ranch Line Rail Corridor within the city of Capitola while protecting the Capitola trestle. So I think it's good for everyone to keep that in mind, is the purpose there makes it really clear that the purpose is to keep the trail in the corridor. In the implementation section talks about no city department taking any steps to allow for the construction, operations, maintenance of a detour of the trail onto the streets and sidewalks. So next slide, please. So I'm going to go through a couple of different ways in which the council could interpret this. And this interpretation is actually most aligned with the city's legal arguments that it submitted to the courts in 2018. And so first is the RTC and the county may build a trail within the corridor of the city of Capitola. Clearly, that is what the initiative is seeking to ensure. The RTC and the county cannot build a trail on any city property or right-of-way. Notice I'm not saying streets or sidewalks, but saying any property or right-of-way. It's really kind of reading that expansively. The next bullet point is that until a contiguous trail is built in the city can no longer maintain or improve bike or pedestrian facilities on streets and sidewalks that could be used to connect the segments of trail. That is, could be used to detour off the corridor onto city streets and then back onto the corridor. This would obviously lead to a lot of public safety issues and have pretty significant impacts on future CIP projects if the city was prohibited from taking care of its sidewalks, streets, things like that. The specific implications for our projects today that are in front of us is that the RTC or the county could not construct the right-of-way or the improvements through the village or the Park Avenue right-of-way. And then, as I mentioned previously, many future street, sidewalk infrastructure projects couldn't really be built until such time as there was a contiguous trail through the corridor. So like I said, that's probably that interpretation is most consistent with the city's arguments in the court briefing. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is option 2. This is same 2 bullets that the county or the RTC may build a trail within the corridor of the city, and that the county and the RTC cannot build on city property or right-of-way, but that the city could construct and maintain its streets and sidewalks and bike paths as the city council sees fit, provided the city does not affirmatively promote a detour of the trail. That is actually a direct quote from the opposition to the city's petition in 2018. So it really aligns with what the proponents were arguing in court when this measure was brought to court in 2018. They were saying, hey, it's fine to maintain your streets and sidewalks as long as you don't affirmatively promote a detour of the trail. So that would let us continue to make safety improvements as long as it was the city's decision and the city was leading that process. So this interpretation, number 2, would mean that no proposed improvements through the village would be allowed as part of the ATP funded project that the county currently has funded. The second is that the city could not approve the Park Avenue alignment, but that the city could use city funding or could apply for grant funding to make bike and pedestrian safety improvements to any streets or sidewalks in the city of Capitola that the city council determines necessary. I think I saw a question there.
Yeah, thanks. I was just wondering if you could elaborate on the language, does not affirmatively promote a detour of the trail. Like, can you give a real world example of what that might mean?
You know, I think that probably what they were talking about, what they were meaning by that was that it's not signed as the trail, it's not designated as the trail. The city doesn't put out material saying, take the trail through Capitola, through this route on our streets and sidewalks. That's probably how I would interpret that.
Thank you.
Of course. Next slide, please. So for this option, I'm going to turn back to City Attorney Zutler.
This is the tough one, so it goes, I guess, back to me. So option 3 is, I'll admit, it's a little bit of an outsized read of the measure, but we are including it because we have heard comments from the community about running the trail over the trestle. So that's why we included this option. We wanted something to that could get you there, even though I think this would be a very difficult option, I'll tell you up front. Okay, so one way to interpret the measure is that part of the implementation section, 040, requires the city to, quote, take all steps necessary to preserve and utilize the corridor and trestle for active transportation and recreation. The only way the trestle may be used for anything other than rail is for the Federal Surface Transportation Board, the STB, to either approve a rail banking agreement or to approve an application, presumably filed by the city, for adverse abandonment of the tracks over the trestle or construction of a new bridge that accommodates both rail and trail. So one way to interpret the measure is that all steps necessary to utilize the trestle for recreation means that the city must either pursue rail banking, adverse abandonment, or construction of a new bridge. I want to pause here and disclose that I am not a rail law expert. If the city wanted to pursue adverse abandonment or a rail banking agreement, I would strongly advise you and I would help you retain rail counsel. There are people whose entire practice is built around rail law. I'm not one of them. The implications of this option are that RTC or the county may build a trail in the corridor within the city. It is unlikely that rail banking or adverse abandonment could be accomplished within the timeline for the current county ATP grant. So the Park Avenue alignment and village improvements would not be completed at this time. And it, like I said, would require the city to hire rail legal counsel, rail counsel. Okay, next slide. Is it? Yes. So I'll go over a little bit about the process for rail bank or adverse abandonment. Again, I am not an expert. So rail banking is an agreement it's an agreement to preserve a rail corridor for future use by converting it to a trail temporarily. It's an agreement between the rail operator or owner and another party. The public agent, usually a public agency. The public agency maintains the portion of the rail as a trail or park. The rail operator retains underlying ownership and future rights to reactivate rail service. The agreement must be approved by the STB. And the timeline and the cost of negotiating an agreement and getting it approved depend on negotiations between the parties and how long it takes STB to approve. Adverse abandonment is a little different. Adverse abandonment is the abandonment of the tracks to be used for rail forever, as opposed to rail banking where the use of rail can be reactivated in the future. Adverse abandonment is when a non-owner, and this would presumably be the city, initiates decommissioning of a railway. Abandonment is when the rail owner initiates decommissioning. Again, it requires a city application to the STB. It requires an environmental document. It's something slightly different than, it's not regulated by CEQA or NEPA, but it requires an environmental document. After the application is submitted, there's a public comment period for 45 days. The timing varies by project. The minimum is 110 days. It can go up to well over several years, depending on whether there is opposition to the application. And again, the costs depend on the project complexity and whether there is opposition. Next.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. So then the final interpretation we were going to offer is really kind of leaning in mostly to the implementation section, which is that the city RTC cannot now or in the future build a detour of the trail onto city streets or sidewalks, but the city could allow the construction, the Park Avenue alignment, because it's not a street or a sidewalk. It would be distinct from the city's street and sidewalk, separated by a 3-foot or more buffer. And then the improvements through the village could be allowed because they are not a detour, but are in fact the mapped route of the trail. So the implications of option 4 would be that the Park Avenue alignment could be approved and the planned improvements through the county's ATP grant-funded project for the village could be approved as well. So then, let's go to the next slide. Here's a summary. Because I can imagine it's a little bit confusing, but we have the 4 options and we talk about each one of the options about how they would affect the Park Avenue realignment and the RTC, the village improvements. It really should just say village improvements. They're not, they would be done by the county. And then the city's ability to maintain or improve its streets or sidewalks should the trail not be contiguous. As I mentioned before, option 1 is most consistent with the city's legal arguments from 2018. Option 2 is probably most consistent with the proponent's legal arguments from 2018. Option 3 would require the outside counsel, as the city attorney mentioned, and filing with the Surface Transportation Board. And option 4 is probably the most permissive view of the ordinance, which really focuses on just the implementation language and asserts that this isn't a detour and this isn't a street or sidewalk we're talking about. So with that, staff is available for questions.
Thank you. I'll start here with Councilmember Morgan.
I don't have any formulated yet. Sorry.
Councilmember Jensen.
Sure, I have many. I guess there's a question for staff. In the past, anytime we have action items like this for our council, we usually get this information sent to it before us. It seems kind of alarming. We have all these options in front of us tonight without any precursor or any time to look at. Could you elaborate on why that was? And I think I know myself, I had a review with you, and we go through the agenda items, why that wasn't done.
Frankly, it's because this item came up last week. It's been a rush to put it together, and so staff has been working really hard. We've been meeting, Sam and I have been talking, working staff late into the night, early mornings to try to pull this together.
Okay. First thing, I think more of a general question for you. I guess just a general question overall. This measure, when it was passed, does it matter when the measure is passed by 206 votes or 2,000? Is there different ways get codified into our municipal code?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate our city attorney going through the roles, everything. I think it might be helpful maybe just for, I think the community and everybody, could we just go over what the roles and maybe just briefly the roles of the council and then also the city manager are directly?
In terms of,
Well, I mean, like council roles, we set policy, we do oversight, and then I think the city manager's direction is to, I think, implement. I mean, could you elaborate on those? I think it's just helpful for everyone to understand what the dynamics are between the
sure.
city manager. I also think city staff and also the council.
Sure. So I'm going to do this off of the top of my head. So understanding that all of these are defined in the government code and your muni code, and you might even have some information about it in your handbook or your code of conduct. But the role of the council is, as you said, to set policy and to give direction to staff to execute that policy. The council sets the overarching policy, the council sets direction on long-term projects, and then staff implements that direction. There are additional, like the city manager, for instance, in a general city directs staff. So the council provides direction to those who report to you, which in this city is the city manager and me. And then everyone else presumably reports to us.
Thank you. A couple more questions. I have a question regarding how the staff interacts with our city ordinances. And I appreciate how you put up the purpose, but just to go back to the purpose, it's the purpose of this chapter to improve the safety, reduce the traffic by keeping the Monterey Bay Sanctuary Scenic Trail in the Santa Cruz Santa Cruz Rail Corridor within the city of Capitola while protecting the Capitola trestle. How does staff work within that ordinance to uphold the law? And if there was a conflict, where does the staff direction come from on that?
The council.
and council that's active today, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Next section, changes. We didn't go over, I think one thing that's important regarding 87.2.05 on changes says the chapter will not be amended or repealed except by the vote of the people. Does that mean a special election is needed to change that? Or what does that really mean?
It could go at a special election or a general election. But that's true of every ordinance that's enacted by initiative. It can only be changed by a vote of the people.
Perfect. And I just think I have one more right now. Regarding the implementation, I think you had it up there, but it says no city department, agency, employee shall expend any funds, resources related to the construction, reconstruction, operation, maintenance, financing, marketing, and signage to the detour, the trail into the Capitola city streets. Regarding this, how does the city staff know how to interact and decipher this ordinance since its passage?
So city staff has sought guidance from the councils, the previous councils, to get feedback about how best to do this, and previous councils the last time. So you may recall during Mr. Tidmore's presentations about the ATP grant and the segment 10 and 11 project, you may recall that initially the city of Capitola didn't participate in the design process for the village. And then we received direction from the council that that was consistent with Measure L and that we were to do that. And so that's where we got that direction.
I think that's all my questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions at this time. So with that, going to bring us to public comment. Again, I'm going to hand it over to the city clerk here, but if we can do it orderly and keep the right side of the room open. Madam Clerk?
Good evening. Thank you so much for participating in the speaker card system this evening. I know it's a new process for Capitola. I'm going to go ahead and call the first 4 speakers by name. If you could come up to the podium and line up. After the 4th speaker has been called, we'll go ahead and call another 4. So for the people who are over on this side of the room, please make sure the aisleway is clear for all of our speakers to be able to access the podium. It's now 5:47 p.m. So as the mayor stated at the beginning of the meeting, we will accept comment cards for another 15 minutes if you have not already submitted your comment card. So we will close the acceptance of comment cards at 6:02 p.m. So with that, the first 4 speakers are Elizabeth Bertrand, Mary Beth Cahalan, TJ, and Teresa M. If you guys can go ahead and line up, and you'll have 2 minutes each.
Thank you. And if we could have a reminder, there's a lot of folks here, different opinions. And if we can keep the applause down and be appreciative, we want everyone to feel welcome, everybody to have a chance to speak how they feel. Appreciate it so much. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Elizabeth Bertrand. I'm a city resident, and I just want to remind you that 8.72 is a law, and it is a law. It's a law, and it's not your job to selectively pick one law and another law and enforce one and not the other. If you remember your League of Cities training, they taught you to enforce all laws. I'm very disappointed with this interpretation of the law, and there are just as many attorneys who will not interpret it this way. I am asking you to please enforce the law 8.72 and represent your Capitola citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. And as Elizabeth just said, this is a law. We heard a lot about Measure L, a lot of twisted words, a lot of different interpretations, but you took a code of conduct oath and to obey and uphold our laws. You know, I found it interesting, and Councilman Member Jim Jensen had some questions about how the staff interprets it, and it's supposed to go back to City Council. I'm not sure this City Council got a lot to advise on this to the staff. So I have a couple here of letters. This is from Robert Tidmore to city staff. Jessica Kahn replied to it, but it says, per our conversation, the county and RTC would like to understand how the city interprets Measure L, restrictions in relation to Park Avenue alignment, and how they would impact the project. Don't know how Jessica responded to that. I don't have that letter. Apparently, she didn't come back to you and ask how she should. Robert Tidmore again. I have a meeting this afternoon with County Council to discuss Major L. I'm hoping one of you could chat before you brief me on your conversation yesterday. That was to our city staff again. Robert Tidmore, new development over here to this. Oh, this is from one of our city staff. New development over here related to this and Major L with our new council. Do you have time for a quick call between 10:30 and 12 o'clock? I'm guessing none of you responded to that or had input on that. One more time. I had a plan to present the concept street plan showing the interactions between the two projects, this being Cliff Drive Resiliency and the RTC project. Again, all these are in clear violation of Major L. This is our city staff working with the county and the RTC to coordinate projects that go on our city streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth Cahalan, and I agree, Measure L is law. I think it's interesting that the City Council received information today that they had and were working on last week. I do a lot of things. My staff is not that far behind. Also, an interpretation is an opinion. You can look that up in the dictionary. So I think the attorney's interpretation may not be the same interpretation that I would give you or anyone else here. So you have to understand, as a community member and a member of Capitola, when we placed Measure L on the ballot, we interpreted that it would stay on the corridor. It would not be in the streets. It would not be through the village. It would not be on Park Avenue, because we consider Park Avenue a Capitola street. I live on that street, so, I consider it a street. So in my interpretation of Measure L, it's law. Keep it on the rail trail corridor.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Teresa McGuire. I run a small in-home daycare here in our city of Capitola, and I am bound by the law. I don't get to interpret it how I want, and so I'm bound by it. And I feel like as a council, you're bound by the law as well. And so there shouldn't be so many options. It should just be, this is the law and this is how we need to follow it.
Thank you.
The next four speakers will be Mike Morrissey, Chris Amsden, Kevin M., and Leslie Nielsen.
And just another reminder, we only have 2 minutes per speaker, and we won't be asking you to stop. We're going to cut the mics off if it goes over 2 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Real fast, the interpretation you heard tonight is, I think, rebutted by 4 different sets of attorneys. 2 you heard from local attorneys last week, the Shoot Mahali, who were the opposition in the 2018 case, and then my lawyers at Fenton Keller. All have very strong sense that when you use plain and ordinary language, this law, this ordinance is valid and enforceable. So be really careful about who you listen to and consider all the different points of view before you get yourself into a litigation that the city can't afford, because ultimately a judge will define what that means. And if you want to go in that direction, let's go. Okay? Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Amsden. I've been a Capitola resident for 17 years. I'm here to tell you that Measure L was passed by Capitola voters in 2018, and its language and its intent are crystal clear. Capitola's Municipal Code 8.72 is now our law. It's not subject to interpretation any more than any other municipal code we have on our books. The county and the RTC are now asking us to violate our own municipal code to save them money. This is wrong, and we all know this. What's important for tonight's discussion is that you're going to hear from a lot of people, some of which are going to be encouraging you to violate our municipal code, some of which don't even live in Capitola. I'd like to ask, with a quick show of hands, how many people here are Capitola residents? These are the people you should be listening to. These are your constituents. These are the people that elected you to represent Capitola. We did not elect you to represent what's best for special interests or allow the RTC to ask us to bend our laws to save them money. The citizens of Capitola have spoken. We expect you to uphold our laws.
Thank you. If I can just take a brief minute again, folks, we don't want to have to stop. We don't want any outbursts. I know this is a really hot topic, but we want to get through tonight. So with that, welcome.
Hello, my name is Kevin McGuire, resident Capitola, Cliffwood Heights. We just saw a slide that said interpretation option 4. It's the first time I saw this slide. I don't know if you guys looked at that. It said city can allow RTC county to build on Park Avenue right away as it's not a city street or sidewalk and would physically be separated from city streets by a buffer at least 3 feet. That was just there in the options, right? You can see right here, there's a sidewalk that's going to be removed. How is that not on city streets and sidewalks? Who put that report together? You just don't know what you're doing or what? Reject all this garbage, listen to the law, listen to the people. We got a thing called Vision Zero, right? We're trying to build safe. People are dying, getting hit by e-bikes. You want to put those in a path when we have a class 2 lane for people to safely bike? When we have a rail corridor that was purchased for active transportation, for healthy living, for getting out there in the community, we have facilities for people to bike. A recreational trail doesn't belong in our commuter corridor, all right? Interpretation option 4. I mean, that's just garbage right there. You just saw it plain and simple how I'm just frustrated with the loss for words, how idiotic whoever's putting these presentations together are. There's a sidewalk there that's getting removed. Do you understand that? The street is going to be moved over. This new trail is going to take over part of that city roadway, right of way. It's a simple fact right here. RTC presented this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll deviate from my scripted comments. Remember the part where they work for you and you work for us? So let's talk about what we think the grand bosses think the staff should do, right? The action tonight is to provide direction to the staff. 2 members of your staff, 2, somewhere on the bell curve of not good or whatever grade you want to give them, gave you some information tonight, right? So one self-admitted, not a rail attorney, one who's made a lot of decisions I wouldn't make if I was a city manager. Neither here nor there, also made some good ones. Thank you for those, right? The action tonight is to provide direction to the staff. The city attorney kept talking about Measure L. That's just what a ballot initiative is called before it's codified into municipal code. So think about the level of depth in that discussion. And back to the quality of the people that you're getting the feedback from. It was reviewed by an administrative law judge and codified into the municipal code, which is now the law, right? So the action is clear. There's only one direction. Direct the staff to follow the municipal code 8.72, not Measure L, right? Stop making staff recommendations that violate it. And maybe interview new attorneys that are less biased and versed in rail law. Thank you.
So the next 4 speakers will be Rafa, Goran Klepik, Marie Mortadella, and Lucinda Eubanks.
And if you don't get your cards in within the next 2 minutes, the time will expire. Welcome.
Hello. I really didn't think my card was going to get picked. I did have the script actually, but I agree with everything everyone has already stated. I find it shocking that we actually had a comment earlier that we're not sure what the definition of a street or a sidewalk is. To me, that we're confused about that. I think we may have to step back a little bit. This is part of the municipal code, and there's probably lots of the municipal code that may be confusing or subject for review at a later time, whatever time we may need to do that, depending on the subject matter. This is crystal clear. The fact that we're even having this discussion or that it's seemingly up for negotiation is shocking to me. So I hope that, I know there was a lot of material presented. I actually went through almost all 400 pages of that agenda packet. I hope that you are listening and really taking into consideration what all of the citizens of Capitola would like to see done, and that you are open-minded to following the law that you have taken the oath to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to say, as a biker and someone who has ridden a lot on our streets in this town and this county, that I want to see the city move forward with planning for a community that's safe for everybody, especially safe for pedestrians and bicyclists and skateboarders, folks who are going to the McGregor pump track. And I'm just concerned that we could potentially go down a road that delays the implementation of plans that are funded by the state or other sources of funding outside of the city that will help make this community a safer place. I think that's really all I wanted to say. In my day job, I work with a lot of cities who have to interpret laws all the time. Sometimes cities pass illegal laws. Sometimes the voters pass illegal laws. And there's always a matter of interpretation. So just keep that in mind with whatever decisions you make. Your job your job literally is to interpret the law, and I hope that you do so in a way that helps make Capitola a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lucinda Eubanks, and my husband is Stephen Woodside. His great-grandfather came here by train, and we love to ride trains, but it doesn't make any sense today. What we need is a bike and walking trail. And I agree with everything that the previous speakers have shared with you. I'm standing back here thinking about the bikes everywhere downtown and the chaos that it would cause this town. It's ridiculous. I would hope that you would follow the law and make this area, make this trail a bike and a walking trail. Thank you.
Thank you. A reminder, it is past 6:02. We will be taking no more comment cards.
We did pull the card for Goran Klepik. Goran, if you'd like to speak, we'll go ahead and hold your card until the next four speakers. So the next speakers will be Daniel Castagnola, Gail Ortiz, David Dean, and Rodney Wartsock. That's fine, you can go ahead.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Council. Mayor Clark, I'm very happy you put this on the agenda. Thank you very, very much. I have two comments tonight. I've been participating in city council meetings since 1980. First I came to them, then I sat there with you. I've been to hundreds and hundreds of city council meetings, but I've never once seen a staff report that came out while the council was on the dais, that the council had not seen before and that the community had not seen before. And I consider that a grave dereliction in duty and a grave disservice to our community. The fact that we're seeing these options that you've been given tonight for the first time and you're seeing them for the first time, you should not be voting on these tonight. You should forge your own or whatever, but that is not good procedure. It's not, I'm not even sure it's legal. I think there has to be a staff, everything has to be published before the meeting. Anyway, second comment is, we got Measure L on the ballot. We got it approved. As far as I know, our legal counsel wrote it. Who wrote it? Well, a legal counsel wrote it.
I don't know who wrote it. The proponents who put it on the ballot, I did not write it.
So what I can tell you
If we
is
could keep the questions.
what I can tell you is the citizens
time
didn't
only.
write it and the council didn't write it. It was probably written by a staff member. It was written by someone in the administration. If they think it's vague, why did they write it that way? I don't understand why they wrote it in a vague way when they now go back on and say it was vague. So the purpose is not vague. The remainder of it may have vague points, but they wrote it. Why would you write a vague ordinance? I don't understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Rodney Wartsock with Capitola Candy. Yesterday, I had lunch with Alex Pedersen, got some information. There's another option you guys don't know about, obviously. There's an option to go by the library and over the bridge. I forget what street you said, you showed me on your phone. You mentioned going over the bridge and there's gonna be a roundabout there. How is that safer than going through the village? What are you guys doing? Like, seriously, you guys are just pulling straws. This doesn't make sense at all. You guys really gotta think about the kids in the community. You gotta think about the law, laws, hello. I don't get to interpret the law. If I would have known you guys got to, I would have ran the last time when I was asked when you ran, Alex. Just think about us. Think about the community. You're supposed to be the small business development center guy. I've never met you. Nobody has down in the village. Not one person down there. I walked around after our lunch. I haven't met one person that's met you except for the one person you said took a loan out way back in the day. That's it. You should not have your position. If anybody wants to sign for the petition to recall Alex Pedersen, please stop by Capitola Candy.
I'll take a quick break here for a second. We should not have any outbursts, and we should keep it civil. We have a lot to do tonight, so let's stay on track. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is David Dean. I've had 3 different homes in Capitola, and I very much resent the implication that just because I've bought another house somewhere else, a couple of miles down the road, that I no longer have any interest or say at a public meeting. That's disgusting. I've read and reread the Municipal Code 872 that's being discussed today. Laws are not always black and white. Some will need to be interpreted. It is very specific about not detouring onto Capitola streets and sidewalks. The option 4 is the rational interpretation of that phrase, where a class 1 path is separated from the roadway by 3 to 5 feet. I don't know how anyone sensibly can say that that is in the road or on the sidewalk. The interpretation that no city property could ever be used is absurd on its face. That would prohibit even crossing the road. And we know that the trail must cross the road in some places. Option 3, rail banking, would require the city to take on the obligation of returning the trail to freight rail standards. This would include everything north of the trestle, including Roaring Camp's rail line. That is not something that the city can afford. Capitola is a very car-centric city. It takes the only bus to get here is got an hour and 40 minutes between each bus. We need to do better.
The next 4 speakers are Daniel Castagnola for the 4th speaker from Dispatch, then Tom McGlashan, Scott Rolfe, Brad Todd, and Mary Odegaard. Tom McGlashan, Scott Rolfe, Brad Todd, and Mary Odegaard.
And moving forward, can we call the 3rd up every time so we can
Yes, I will do that, yeah.
moving? Thank you.
So if Daniel Castagnola can't come up at this time, he can come up at the end of the next batch. Go ahead and approach.
Welcome.
I'm Tom McGlashan. I'm 80. Want to speak on behalf of citizens who may have a disability as a result of cancer treatment. It's hazardous for me to ride a bike, but if I could ride a light rail to Capitola, that would be enormously valuable. I think also with other people with disabilities, I want to be advocating 3A and 3B. Let's get the job done. I encourage everybody to go and look at where the rail is near Park Avenue. There's plenty of room for a rail and trail. And actually, the way the slope is on one side, it's very shallow. You could make that a steeper slope and create more room and very easily move the tracks over so that there would be plenty of room for a trail adjacent to Park Avenue. I feel that. And one thing to keep in mind with funding is that a lot of funding that comes through the state and from the federal government is disappearing. So if you have funding available, let's use it for the public good now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And a reminder, we are speaking on Measure L at the moment, and Park Avenue will be later. Welcome.
Hi, Scott Rolfe. So I'm no lawyer and I'm not qualified to provide legal counsel. So I just kind of want to talk about a little bit about my perspective here. As a Capitola resident, I'm fairly ashamed that this ordinance is on our books. Just because an ordinance is passed, just because it's written, I think history has shown that just because a law exists doesn't always make it lawful. So, when I think about this, I would definitely support, and I know time is of the essence, but I would support certainly repealing such an ordinance. And I think anything that's on the books here that prohibits Capitola council and staff from engaging in a regional partnership, it's highly disappointing. I feel like it's quite hypocritical to the nature of us being a welcoming beach town. And I think anything that helps us engage with larger projects and regional projects is only a benefit to the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, the next speakers are Brad Todd, Mary Odegaard, and Daniel Castagnola.
Welcome.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm a Capitola resident, have been for some years. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but to me, the intent of the ordinance is very clear. And I understand that legal people might wish to take it in other directions, but at this point in time, the law would be fairly clear. And I believe that our representatives should follow the will of the people at this point. To follow on, I'm very concerned about the state of the bikes in Capitola. I've seen a lot of young people behaving well. It's scary. Okay, bikes in Capitola are scary right now, and I really would like to see something done about it. I know that's outside the purview of this discussion, but I did want to make it clear that this is something that should be addressed in Capitola. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Mary Odegaard, and for Measure L, option 4 makes a lot of sense. And the funding is available now. And I ride my bike everywhere I can and as often as I can. It's my main form of transportation. I work in Capitola. I live in Santa Cruz County. This wonderful city of Capitola is part of Santa Cruz County. This is a trail and rail system that is being worked on with all the different county cities and members and people involved. And it's highly and widely supported. Option 4 will make it work. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers will be Ed Spur, David Casterson, and Margaret Campodonico. Ed Spur, David Casterson, and Margaret Campodonico. And then we still have Daniel Castagnola from the last batch.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Daniel Castagnola. I'm a resident and business owner, and there's really not much to say more than or anything I can add to what everybody else has already said for the most. I kind of look at it, being a business owner, and I live right there on Monterey Avenue and Capitola Avenue, and I sit there out there every day, and I see the amount of traffic that goes through there, and it's pretty sketchy. I mean, it's very tight, not wide streets, and the idea of that we're going to funnel more bicyclists and pedestrians and run it through the middle of this slice of paradise that we have is just, it's really mind-boggling, that we're even having this discussion. I really don't even know how I even got this far. It's kind of, to imagine, that we're going to trade off, and jeopardize the soul of Capitola, for the convenience of a big company, RTC, and you hear about this money and this funding, and it's like Capitola's not for sale. We're not compromising on that, and I think the citizens have spoken on that, and it's very important for us to understand that. And some of you councilmen up here, you're probably a little more vested than others. You guys have a big decision to make. I wouldn't like to be in your guys' shoes, right now. It's very complicated, but really simple at the same time. But it's a matter of you guys holding your head up high when you walk down the streets or putting your head down.
Thank you.
Let's protect the village.
So again, the next 3 speakers are Ed Spur, David Casterson, and Margaret Campodonico.
Welcome.
I'm Ed Spur, Capitola. I'm really frustrated. We were promised a rail and trail when we bought the right-of-way, and that's what we thought we were getting. But going to the RTC reach-outs, it was pretty clear from the beginning that they were favoring the train. And so they've spent a lot of money and done a lot of studies, and so far, it's not feasible. And they've delayed this last study for 6 months, the one that was supposed to tell us how much it was going to cost. But it's a single track system. When we got Measure L passed, we spent a lot of effort to poll the citizens of Capitola, and overwhelmingly people wanted the trail on the trestle. And I know that nothing is perfect, but the intent of that was to have a safe, level, and wide trail away from traffic. And the last time I rode my bike through the village, I wore my green vest and my helmet, and the part out here where you have to share the road, they didn't want to share the road. I don't know if it was a weekend or not, but I almost got run over. Coming to the stop sign, people were distracted, and I had to keep from getting hit again. And that was just in one trip downtown here. And I don't know if that was a weekend or it was probably in the summertime, but the streets aren't set up for a world-class trail system like we want. And if Measure L wasn't perfect,
go with the intent of it, please. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is David Casterson. I taught high school at SoCal High for 25 years, many of your students. And I also served as chair of the Sierra Club and on the executive committee and chair of the RTC's bicycle committee. I was on the train, to go to Sacramento to convince the State Railroad Commission to let us buy the right-of-way. That was 2 decades ago. I'm not sure if anybody else on the train here, but maybe a few of us. And it's been a long journey. I've seen a lot of stall tactics over the years to try to stop its construction. I feel that Capitola, in some ways, is holding the rest of the county hostage in getting this done. And I think we should be directing our energy to getting it built instead of trying to stop it and delay it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Margaret.
Can you hold it down, please? We're trying to make announcements for the next speakers. Thank you.
The next speaker is Margaret. After Margaret, we'll be calling Kyle H., Beatrice Campbell, and Lonnie Faulkner. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Margaret Campanonico. I'm a resident of Capitola, and thank you guys for holding this so that we can all talk about this. There's been a lot of conversation about interpretation, and like what I've been hearing more of and what I believe in is the intention of Measure L and the intention of codifying that into law. And I'm pretty sure we all know that the intention was to keep the trail on the rail line. That's one thing. The other thing is routing it through the city. One of the gentlemen was saying that he is disabled, handicapped. I'm sorry if I'm not being politically correct on that or correct wordage, but coming down through the village, which it has to route through if it's going to go onto Park Avenue, it's not at all CDC compliant. So that's just a thought for, and it's probably a B thing, but just be careful of that, voting this in with that in mind. Really, again, my main point is that the intention of Measure L and the codifying of it is what's important, because we all can have a million different interpretations. So anyway, thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kyle Hawes. I have lived here my whole life, and I'm a junior right now, so I am going through state testing and AP tests, and any form of standardized testing, they're always black and white. It's really a yes or no answer, and it seems to me that this law is as well. I mean, I don't really understand how you can interpret it 4 different ways. It was passed 7 years ago when I was in like 6th grade, and we're still in here. I just don't understand. I mean, this is a government in the end, and if it can't seem to pass a law, I don't understand what we can do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Beatrice. I'm in 8th grade, and I interviewed a lot of kids at my school to get their opinions on having a bike lane through the village. We would all really benefit from having a bike path because biking is how many of us get around. And I bike to school every week, and for much of my ride, the bike lane is small and it goes through the door zone. So I think for me and other kids, having a bike lane that goes through Capitola Village will make it a kid-friendly and safe location. And I don't think it's fair that the kids of Capitola are not going to get to have a safe path through town, especially because teenagers are important customers and users of the beach. And I have some flyers with quotes on them. Can I hand them out to the city council members?
You can give them to the police chief. I'll hand them out for you.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Lonnie Faulkner. Afterwards, we'll have Brian Peoples, Lynn Jackson, and Cheryl Ban. Again, that's Brian Peoples, Lynn Jackson, and Cheryl Ban.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much, City Council members, for your hard work, and staff, and our legal representatives here. I hope you do support interpretation number 4. Any other interpretation, in my opinion, is really anti-bike and anti-pedestrian into the village, and many of us, including my son, bike to work daily to get to Capitola Village, and it would be a disappointment to not have that safe route. I think what we're looking at is a short-term solution until a new trestle can be built that allows both rail and trail in the future. And a lot of people don't understand that. So there's confusion. Capitola does not own the tracks. Capitola does not own the trestle, and the tracks and trestle are owned by every taxpayer in this county via the RTC, and the trestle cannot be rail banked. Without rail banking, the entire line, sorry if you guys hope, I appreciate the clapping, but there's a lot to say. Without rail banking and the entire line, which is not feasible, it is not feasible to rail bank the entire line. The last time adverse abandonment was attempted in 2022, over 6,000 people wrote emails to the RTC protesting. That's 6,000, folks. The people here today who've threatened the line supporting Measure D lost by a landslide. Our voting majority does not want to rail bank and destroy our valuable rail asset. The state also told us very clearly, if you look back at the records, that the rail line is not for trail only. We were given the money on the condition of purchase of rail and trail. Measure L is being used as a threat to stop the trail, but as noted by legal analysis, you can even look on votes count of the language that it is not certain of the interpretation. I'd say let's go to it. If you have any, let's fight it. Let's see where that goes. But that's just me. I'm a cyclist. I coach kids for 7 years. Sorry, I just want to thank you for the time. Thank you.
Hi, Brian Peoples with Trail Now. Let me give us a little history of Measure L, because I was there, obviously. I know some of you on the council actually weren't here for the election, but so I walked it. I worked with the people for getting Measure L passed, and the conversations were keep the trail on that corridor, because it would have been dangerous having that flood of people funneling into that, as well as that's the best asset we got, the Capitola trestle. And the idea that it's sitting there for decades now because of the current plan of building the trail next to the tracks has resulted in 1 mile being built in a decade, costing $25 million a mile. Now, I want to mention the history of Measure L because it was the same groups fighting, okay? And it was very contentious. And the people who were no on D both for 2016 and 2022 are the same people who are suing right now to stop phase 3 of widening Highway 1, which is really needed by Aptos, which really we need to get less here. And what happened with Measure D opposition is they got 7 violations from the election board on Measure D. And I'll tell you, the way they treated us on Measure L, the same story. It was the same story, you guys. You're seeing this? That's what Measure L was. I know not all of you guys were here, but I'm telling you, it was brutal of the fighting. And I say this because I think the vote we would have had would have been more than the majority. So I just want to encourage you to follow the law. The vote was made. Let's keep the trail on the rail track. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Ban. I'm over a 40-year resident. I'm a former Capitola Village business owner. And I really appreciate that we have Santa Cruz County people here as well as Capitola residents. And you'll see by the blue dot, that's what these mean. If you don't know, the blue dot is Capitola residents. So I'm here as a Capitola resident. I voted on Measure L in good faith for the intent is what I'm looking at. My vote matters. We voted. Pay attention to the people's will. Maybe it's legal, maybe it's not. I don't know. But the intent of it is clear, and it's the people's will that you heard. The reason I voted for Measure L, if anybody might be interested, is I've walked that corridor for 40 years. I've listened to the train when it's coming. I've walked Park Avenue. Park Avenue to walk is very noisy. It's not serene. It's not calm. I want to listen to something. I can hardly hear what I want to hear. The corridor is beautiful. I've heard sarcasm about this corridor mentioned. And I have hundreds of pictures in the fog, in the rain, in the sun, with the green. The Park Avenue rail trail is not going to work. So please listen to the people. The other thing is we have the trestle. That was the other reason I voted. We have a landmark, incredible jewel that is worldwide known. We can look out from the trestle and see the village. We can see the bay. We can see the Capitola Wharf. Let's use it. Let's start now and use a trail.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Lynn Jackson. After Lynn Jackson, we have Melody Gillicorde, Veronica Elsie, and John.
Good evening, council people. I'm a 50-year resident of Capitola. My wife is a third generation here. I've had 2 businesses in Capitola Village. I've been here back in the days when we lost the beach due to the fact that they put the jetty in Santa Cruz and we didn't have a jetty, had to stop the sand. And I think the thing is that I think everybody here knows that we have something priceless. This is something that you just can't find anywhere. I mean, and you look at the weekends and you look at all the people that come here from all the different countries and you go like, oh my gosh, I've never seen so many people come to the village in the weekends of all different nationalities. And now we're going to try to jam in more cars. And I mean, the cars were already a problem, but bikers and walkers, we've already had accidents on the streets and we know about these. And I feel like we're just destined to have more of a problem. On Park Avenue, I'm a horticulturist of 35 years. I spent my time studying. I was not an arborist, but I have a very good friend who's an arborist. And the thing is that we are fortunate to have the eucalyptus. Some people like them, some people don't. But the bottom line is we've had bald eagles have been on those trees. And here it is, we're now going to be taking out maybe a third of them in order to facilitate this addition. I would love us to keep the trees there. I also do think that if you try to reduce half of the trees, there will be he said, this person that I talked to is an arborist, that they would compromise the other trees due to the buffering. So that's another reason why I think it shouldn't be done. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hey guys, I have a tickle in my throat tonight, so bear with me. Last I checked, as far as voting in 2024, the last election, 2 years after the Measure D vote, District 1 voted for Manu Koenig and District 2 voted for Kim DeSerpa. So if we're gonna go by last votes, let's go by what the voters chose then as far as rail and trail on the corridor. But I'm actually here tonight, and this is a struggle for me to come to these meetings. I have an autoimmune disease myself. I'm in the middle of a flare. It's pretty rough. But why is Measure L important? Because some people have other dreams for the village. And this is from a Fort board member posted on Nextdoor on Tuesday. Sharrows aren't the best. Cyclists will ride in the village no matter what. The best solution is for the village to become a car-free zone. Also posted on Tuesday by a Fort board member. Capitola has a huge parking area, already optimal for such a plan, maybe 800 spaces. A pedestrian zone would be a few flat blocks by the water, not the entire legal boundary of Capitola. It might also be seasonal, so as to hit congested times. And people who ride by rail and trail wouldn't compete for those parking spaces, which is true. So Measure L doesn't just guarantee we get the World Crash Trail we deserve. It also keeps people who don't live in Capitola from trying to drastically change our street. I'm all for closing the Esplanade, by the way, guys. They're clapping for it. Look at that now. I would close the Esplanade in a second. I'm into pedestrianization. You guys know my jam. You can't close Stockton Ave. You can't close Capitola Ave. This is a major commuter arterial at this point. It's nuts, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next group of speakers, we were supposed to have Melody G and Veronica E. However, it doesn't look like they've stepped up. So the next 4 speakers will be Ryan S. Oh, I'm so sorry. One person's coming up now. After this speaker will be Ryan S., Mike Sherman, Jack Brown, and Matt Arthur. Again, that's Ryan. I'm so sorry, I don't want to misspeak your last name. Sarna T something. And then Mike Sherman, I apologize again. Jack Brown, and Matt Arthur.
Sorry, I'm looking for the mic.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Veronica Elsie. I live in Santa Cruz, and I spend a lot of dollars in Capitola. I would like to have read a little more about some of the options for Measure L, but I didn't find them in the agenda. So I'll do the best I can with what I've learned from tonight. I think everyone listening to the speakers has had a different interpretation of Measure L. Every law is interpreted. I personally am in favor of the 4th option because, like it or not, Capitola is part of Santa Cruz County, and that it would be better for Capitola to work with the rest of the county and not interfere in a super negative way with what everybody else voted for. And you can work with the RTC rather than simply spend the time opposing it, because this is one town in a good-sized county, and it sounds like Measure L, it feels like Measure L is saying, don't come to our city, the rest of you. And I don't think that's really what you want. I think it's not going to create more cars. Guarantee you, I won't bring one. And it is not going to, it's just going to move some of your pedestrians to a nice place. So I would urge this council to please vote for option 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks. My name's Ryan Sarnataro. When I used to live in Capitola, I was on River Street, almost under the trestle. I walked the streets of Capitola in support of Measure L. So I would encourage you from the legal point of view to not kind of look at the misinformation out here about rail banking, because rail banking is protective, not a threat. I also think that you really need to take a look at the fiscal aspects of this and the fact that billions of dollars that are supposed to come from somewhere else are unlikely to, especially in the current political environment. I've always held the vision of, I mean, just look at, if you've been on the Capitola Trestle and you look out at that view and you can imagine people from all over the country seeing that, and it's definitely a draw. Personally, I'm a victim of the delay of this project. Riding my bicycle from Live Oak to Rio Del Mar last June, I was run down at a stop sign by an errant driver. I ended up in the emergency room, transferred to a hospital in Salinas for multiple operations. I spent months in a hospital bed. You know, I am just walking now, and I'm still not walking. I was at a therapist earlier today. There are real victims to the delay of the vision and the possibility that you have. And I just encourage you to move forward so that we can have in this county this world-class trail and leave behind cutting down all the trees, evicting people from the trailer park, and all the other ancillary issues that would happen if they actually tried to build a path next to the rails.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name's Mark Sherman. I live with my wife, Kathy, on Park Avenue, very close to the village. We love the idea of the trail, and I also want to follow on with the previous speaker's interest in moving ahead. Capitola and RTC are at an impasse, as I see it. But really, there's only two non-negotiable issues. The trail must not go through the village. I don't think anyone thinks going through the village is a good idea. Second, the trail must not preclude future rail, however far off that is. Those are the two non-negotiables. So is there a compromise we could make that everybody could live with so we could get something rather than nothing? There is one. Here's the deal the council should make. The RTC runs the rail over the trestle. In exchange, Capitola lets RTC use the Park Avenue diversion. And here's why this will work. There's three reasons. First, this deal leaves open a path for future rail because RTC already said that the rail can never go over the trestle. They have to build a new bridge. So that means it doesn't matter what they do to the trestle now, they can fix it up for people to use, and that'll have no impact on future rail. It can't have an impact on rail since they can't use it for rail. Second, this deal obeys Measure L. The purpose of Measure L was to stop the trail going through the village. This deal gets that done. Park Avenue is not precious. Many people treat it as a high-speed on-ramp to Highway 1. Third, this deal pays for itself. RTC says the Park Avenue diversion saves them $13 million. That's enough to fix up the trestle with plenty left over for their shortfall. And it pays for our badly needed road diet. So for a quick summary, if you have the trestle and Park Avenue, I won't summarize, I'm done.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting tonight. My name is Jack Brown. I'm a resident of Aptos last 14 years, and I am a bike commuter. I did over 1,700 miles riding between my house in Aptos and my job in Santa Cruz. The one thing that I have to do every day when I do that is text my wife to say I made it. I didn't get killed on the way because it is not a fun journey being on the road. I am a big fan of having a real protected path for us to go across this county. I also work on Measure L, and 8.72 is law. It is the will of the people. One other thing I thought that was kind of interesting in the options is I don't think option 4 is viable. The ATP grant was there to create the trail on the corridor. Moving it off takes us out of the corridor and violates the ATP grant. Last thing I just want to say is this may be hypocritical, but please pay attention to your residents here at Capitola. As somebody noted that people wearing the blue dots are Capitola residents. Also in this crowd, you have special interest that's really here for the train. They're identified by the Fort t-shirts that were handed out for free. One thing you'll also notice, those Fort t-shirts don't have blue dots on them. So please, pay interest to the people that you're supposed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Really briefly, the next 4 speakers after Matt Arthur will be Mick Ruth, Mark Crane, Kevin Menninger, and Stephen Woodside. Again, Mick Ruth, Mark Crane, Kevin Menninger, and Stephen Woodside. Go ahead.
Welcome.
Mayor, Council, thank you. I'd like to address 3 things that I've heard tonight so far. First one is the taking into consideration the segment, I think it's a 10, where we're going to align Park Avenue and allow for the trail to go over the trestle. Measure L applies to all of Capitola, including Park Avenue, including the trestle. No deal. Second one, everybody's heard it. I'd like to repeat it. Somebody mentioned it earlier. A temporary trail. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government solution. And number three, a gentleman spoke earlier and said, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. I wish I was in your shoes. This is a no-brainer. This is a layup. The Measure L was codified into law. It's no question. It's the law. You took an oath to uphold the law. The intent is to keep it on the rail, corridor, period. Easy decision tonight. Follow the law. You took that oath. Very easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. Capitola has had 7 city managers dating back to the 1960s. During my time up there on the council and the planning commission, I served with all of them except Rich Hill. So I know what that job entails. I know what a city manager is supposed to do. Something stinks in Capitola right now, and it's the city manager's office. If Jamie was doing his job, we wouldn't be here tonight. If previous councils had instructed him to violate Ordinance 8.72, he should have told them, I can't violate the law. But he didn't do that. Abiding by and enforcing city ordinances is his number one responsibility, and he has failed. Remember, he sued the proponents of Measure L to keep it off the ballot, and he lost, costing the city tens of thousands of dollars. The council shouldn't need to instruct him to enforce Ordinance 8.72, but it's necessary tonight because he has failed in his responsibility to follow it. He should have told the RTC to take a hike when they proposed this plan because it violates Ordinance 8.72, but he didn't. He worked behind the scenes to abet the RTC plan in violation of 8.72. Among other things, he has violated the most basic moral and ethical responsibility of his position, and that is the city's trust. And he should be terminated. It's up to you. It's up to you to uphold your oath of office. Do your duty. Enforce Ordinance 8.72.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mark Crane, resident since '89. I am adamantly opposed to routing the trail on Park Avenue. There's 100 ways to do this, and that's a bad one. I forgot to start by thanking you for your efforts, because what prompts you to sit up there is beyond me at this point. I've been around codes for most of my adult life. Somebody said they're law. Yeah, they're law, but they're entitled to interpretation. And it's only the attorneys that get rich off of that. Well, I don't know if that's possibly completely true. Anyway, I just want to say I'm opposed to it. I think you can make this thing work. I think heavy rail is a pipe dream by RTC. I think it's difficult to keep. I think you ought to tell RTC to take a hike with the funding. If you can't make a decision that will work with the city of Capitola, then you don't need their money. You'll find money somewhere. Somebody will find money to do it. Anyway, thanks. Have fun.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Stephen Woodside, and I want to thank you for all you do and thank Jamie for having a hard job and trying to do his best. I know there are a lot of people who want to blame people for the fix that you're in, but if you want to go back into history, go back to why we have the initiative in California. It was to keep the Southern Pacific from controlling the state. Read your history books. Initiative, referendum, and recall go back to that era. And initiatives, once passed, are not subject to random interpretation. Initiatives are subject to interpretation in light of their intent. And I said this to you last week. I'm sorry to repeat it, but the intent here is crystal clear. There's one corridor. That's where all of this is to go until the voters of this community say otherwise. So you really have taken your oath of office to uphold the law. This is not a law that you have the freedom to interpret at your whim. You're guided by the intent of the initiative. If you want to change it, go back to the voters, propose a change route, and see what the voters say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kevin Menninger. After Kevin Menninger, we have Dunn, Tori Del Favero, and Marie Mortarella.
Thank you. Hi, Kevin Menninger from El Salto Drive in Capitola. I want to thank the council and staff for their hard work. It's not an easy job, and I appreciate the fact that they want to do that. But option 4 is not consistent with Measure L in the ordinance. I would have to say that everybody in this room would agree that having the trail go over Soquel Creek at the trestle is the best solution. It's hard, but it's the right solution. Capitola cannot let those outside of our city cram a half-baked solution down our throat that will have such an adverse effect on our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tori Del Favero, Capitola resident since 1980. I'm going to start off by quoting our city attorney from tonight. Where we stand now is Measure L has been codified. I'm also going to speak to what the city attorney said at the town hall meeting. At the town hall meeting, the city attorney shared it is up to the city council to interpret Code 8.72. And yet, 4 interpretations percolated tonight. That gives me great pause. I feel like we might be at a casting call for a Steven Seagal movie called Above the Law. The RTC, not the citizens of Capitola, put this project at risk. The moment it removed the trail from the rail corridor, there is no cost savings as this is an entirely different project and scope of work. Let's be clear, Code 8.72 was not a secret. We are incredibly perplexed and alarmed that some elected officials and city staff appear willing to sidestep the clear will of the voters and the rule of the law to push forth a version of this project that ignores 8.72. This isn't just disappointing, it's a very dangerous precedent. This is our democracy. I will repeat that. This is our democracy. Council members who vote against Park Avenue are simply upholding their oath of office and following the municipal code, which I'll say, I've popped my head in there. Not every word is defined throughout the municipal code. It's not. So leaning back in that there's a couple phrases not defined is a non-starter. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 speaker cards remaining this evening. One is Melody Gelocorde, and then the name they wrote is D-U-N-N Dunn. And those are all of the speaker cards we have submitted, Mayor.
Thank you. You have boxes. We have a whole other box for
For speakers looking to speak on item 3B, we'll have public comment at that time as well.
Great. It looks like we are done with public comment on this item. That'll bring us to council deliberation, and I'll start over here with
Mr. Mayor, there were a few questions or comments that came up in public comment that I'd like to clarify or respond to, if that works.
If you'd like to, sure.
Okay, great. So it might be surprising that I would say that I'll speak for the city manager here, and I agree with many of the comments, not the ones that called us idiotic or stupid or pathetic. I'll pass on those. But I agree, and I mentioned in my presentation that I do believe that the council should enforce Measure L. I'm sorry, I got criticized for calling it Measure L, the Chapter 8. The reason I call it Measure L is because when the mayor put it on the agenda, the mayor agendized it as Measure L, and it's common amongst lawyers to refer to initiative as what it was put on the ballot as. So in any case, the council should enforce Measure L or Chapter 8 of the Muni Code, or the council should challenge it. I don't think it takes a rail lawyer to read the room and see that if the council is interested in a challenge, in challenging Measure L, that would likely be an uphill battle. So I am saying, and I believe I said this in my presentation, that the council should enforce Measure L or be prepared for a challenge. There has been no indication that this council is prepared to challenge Measure L, ergo, council should enforce Measure L. So it seemed like there was some doubt about what the city attorney's advice was on that. And so the city attorney is saying that the council should enforce Measure L. There are multiple interpretations of Measure L. We listed a few. We agree that there could be other interpretations. I think you can see tonight that some people said option 4 is the only interpretation. Other people said option 4 is a ridiculous interpretation. There are various interpretations. Someone pointed out that the city manager filed a lawsuit in 2018. That is inaccurate. The city of Capitola filed a lawsuit. The city manager is not authorized to file a lawsuit. Someone suggested that the prior city attorney or I wrote Measure L. That is inaccurate. It was not written by city staff. It was an initiative put on the ballot by citizens. My guess would be that Juan Escamilla, who put it on the ballot, wrote it. And we agree that you should look to the intent of the measure to interpret it. And those are my notes. Thank you.
Thank you for those clarifications. With that, and we'll go back to council deliberation, and I'll start with Mr. Councilman Jensen.
Thank you. Before we get going, with the lack of time to prepare, could you put the 4 options up on the board, and maybe could we take a 2 or 3 minute break so at least we would have time to reflect on them, since I think we saw them for about 30 seconds. You mind that?
No, it's been a long hour and a half. I would be willing to do that. So let's take a 5-minute recess and come back.
And can we put the options on the...
And have the options on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we left off at council deliberation, and we'll pick it up with Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you very much. I just want to just go back to my previous comment about I'm still kind of just a little bit in shock a little bit of our preparedness for this meeting this evening as a council member. Just want to remind everybody here that I think every one of our city council members have a full-time job. We work hard, and then we take time out to represent the community and everything. And with that, I think we all work very hard to prepare ourselves so that we can conduct ourselves in a professional manner. And to do that, we get the agenda sent out to us on Friday, just like everybody. It's all really set at the same exact time. And I think some of the great steps that have probably been over the steps of the history of Capitola is that the city manager will meet with us if we want to. We have Zoom meetings, or we can meet with the city manager and go over items. I don't know if this is one of those items that just got missed, or we're going to have looked at as it was pushed or busy. But I look at this as probably the biggest item in Capitola's history. And I am absolutely appalled that as a city council member, and maybe other ones got different, had different meetings, but I had at least 3 phone calls, and I had a meeting this week to talk about items on the agenda. And to have these options dropped, I would say, and not have it in-depth detail. Matter of fact, I had a phone call about 3 o'clock with you. So just with that, I think, just speaking for myself, we need to be better than that. And I think our city council members all need to be more prepared. And I pride myself in the work that I've done on this issue. And I probably would say in the last month, 100 hours I've put into it. And I don't feel that with these 4 options that were dropped up there, that I had an opportunity to really ask the questions that I look to you as a city manager for you to help explain them to me. And then if I don't have an answer to it, I have full access to our city attorney to ask those. So I'm done with that comment, but I'm just absolutely still appalled by that and just ask the city council member. So with that, thank you. It's so nice to see everybody here tonight. It's really nice to put a name to the face of, I don't want to exaggerate, let's just call it hundreds of emails that we've gotten. I'm honored to be elected and serve the entire community as a city council member. With that honor comes a profound, unwavering responsibility to lead with integrity and to uphold the oath that I took upon entering this office. That oath is not symbolic. It is a solemn promise to our community to defend and to enforce the laws, the municipal code of Capitola, without exception and without political gamesmanship. I want to read our conduct policy. Our conduct policy as a Capitola City Council member, the administrative policy number of 42.38. 8.3.1, the oath of office. All members take an oath upon assuming office, pledging to uphold the constitutional laws of the city, the state, and the federal government. In addition, members commit to disclosing to the appropriate authorities and to the city council any behavior or activity that may qualify as corruption, abuse, fraud, bribery, and other violations of the law. That's what the code requires. That's what democracy demands, and that is what I will always defend. Likewise, if 8.72 is changed by the people, I'll stand by and defend that similarly. To my fellow council members, I urge you to remember the oath of office we took. We're not here to rewrite the rules. We are here to uphold them. Capitola deserves nothing less. And with that, I would like to make a motion to direct the city staff to follow Municipal Code 8.72 as outlined to the fullest extent possible.
I will second that, but I have a couple notes that I would like to put out there myself. Unlike a lot of you, I probably was not aware of Measure L in 2018. So getting my head wrapped around these hard verbiage, laws, things like that, again, not my wheelhouse. So this has been a long road to understand from the community standpoint, understand from our staffing standpoint, sort of how we got here. I agree with what Jerry said and that Councilmember Jensen, that we are here to uphold an oath and that we are here to stand behind our community. I just want to point out that I think it's hard for me to imagine how we passed an ordinance which lists protecting our trestle when we don't own the trestle. So I find it a little hard, and it sort of does bind the council's hands on some items here, where we may say that we want to hold up interpretation option 2, but that also doesn't give a clear road as to where we're going to be with our trestle in a close amount of time and a far amount of time. So while I understand we are here to uphold that, I also just want to say that it is hard for me to say that we can make sure we're going to keep everything in line in the corridor and utilize the trestle, because clearly there's a lot of other things happening that we as Capitola don't completely have control over. But this is our way of maintaining what control we can. So I totally see that. And I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, having your voices heard, and to our staff, our management, everybody that's been involved. It's the county RTC. It's been a lot of inner workings with town halls and everything like that. So I really want to put my appreciation out there to everybody that's been involved through this time and forward.
Councilmember Orbach.
I do want to make some comments. I want to make a comment that I support civil discourse. I think political disagreements and the process of finding compromise are the bedrock of our democracy. I'm all for free speech. However, the actions of certain community members, including threats and intimidation, both explicit and implied, have crossed the line in recent months. Spewing vitriol on Nextdoor is one thing, but wandering around a council member's neighborhood asking where they live is something entirely different. You are engaging in physically threatening behavior that extends past politics to our homes and our families. Showing up to someone's work and trying to get them fired is also crossing the line. You are threatening someone's livelihood and their ability to support their families. I would kindly request that the members of this community who have been crossing those lines, and in particular, Mr. Kevin McGuire, the one trying to find out where I live, dial down the rhetoric and restrict their activities to the appropriate forums. The toxic behavior exhibited is both unproductive politically and divides us as a community, which ironically is something many of those same people have accused me of in the past. We are going to disagree on many issues, but we're here to find solutions to those same issues together. Nextdoor is full of comments about what Capitola is and what Capitola wants. But there isn't just one Capitola. There are many different ideas, opinions, and visions for what our future could be. And no one voice speaks for all of us. There's a reason why there are 5 people here at this table with different lived experiences and different life experiences. We were voted in by the people who agreed with our vision and the platform we campaigned on, and want us in this leadership position to ensure that their voices are heard at the table. That diversity gives us strength if we let it. I look forward to working productively with all of you, whether we agree or not, to make our community stronger. With that said, we are presented with many options of interpretation, and there are, just looking at the options, I think the first one is very extreme. To me, what this conversation is about is this multi-use safe buffered 12-foot wide trail that we all want. I think everyone in this room wants a trail. We can all agree on that. What is challenging is our disagreement on how we get there. I truly believe that this is a collective action problem. And we must work together to invest in the infrastructure that we need now and into the future. So I'd like to share my thoughts about the coastal versus the park alignment, avenue alignment. The coastal alignment, which is more expensive, has no ocean views, for much of it, half of it will be next to an eroding coastal bluff. There are right-of-way easements issues due to the private property encroachments on Escalona. There's decreased neighborhood access, and it's in a gully. Versus the Park Avenue alignment, there's better connectivity to the neighborhood communities. It's a safer route to school and the village than what is currently along Park Avenue. And our kids have spoken. They want a route to the village that's safe. There are better views of the Monterey Bay It is further away from the edge of our eroding coastal bluffs, which is eroding by a foot a year on average. And just this past storm, there's a segment on Depot Hill that eroded 5 to 6 feet, falling into the ocean. It's more feasible, accessible, and cost-effective. It's safer at night with better visibility for our parents and our kids, which we have heard from this neighborhood, the parents and the kids we've heard from. And we do not have to go, and it does not have to go through the right-of-way easement acquisitions, which are time-consuming and difficult. And we see that with the battle with the easement right-of-way issues with Castle Home Mobile Parks on segment 10. For all of these reasons, my logical brain tells me that Park Ave alignment makes the most sense. And I think we should be making decisions based on facts than emotions. I truly believe that the Park Ave alignment would give us and deliver us a better trail, and I support the value engineering that resulted in this decision. I also believe that the county and the RTC have been working diligently to get us this safe multi-use trail sooner rather than later. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I want to be able to enjoy this trail while my kids are still kids. And I believe the Park Ave alignment is the only option that can get us there. We have the funds today to make this project a reality in the next few years.
Councilmember Brock, we are going to have that as our next item.
I know, I'm getting to it. I'm getting to the Measure L thing. However, we're facing a very challenging situation due to Measure L. This ordinance places us in a position of potentially blocking an important regional project that seeks to construct a desirable coastal trail while also preserving the community's ability to implement passenger rail in the future. I would like for us to make the decision on the Park Ave alignment based on the merits of this project, but I don't think this council can do that because of the confusion around Measure L. I think it's terrible that this project is now in jeopardy, and I'm extremely disheartened knowing that tonight's decision could kill this wonderful opportunity for members of our community and for the rest of the county. I honestly, looking at the options, I believe option 4 is the best interpretation, but that's my opinion.
Thank you. Order. Order. We all have to respect all views here. You can disagree with it, but do it peacefully. Do it the right way. Do it with respect.
Thank you, Mayor Clark, and I'd like to first thank all of my fellow council members of speaking their opinion on these difficult issues, for being up here, doing the homework. I especially resonate with some of the words of Councilmember Orbach regarding the actions that have been taken in relation to this issue. I believe that we are in somewhat of a crisis as a city of separation and othering each other. And it's over an issue, in this case, of whether we have a protected bike lane up adjacent to park or in the rail corridor, which, in my personal opinion, I think the 99% takeaway from this should be that we're on the verge of getting an amazing protected bike lane to increase public transportation in our community. And I think that's a great thing. And I don't think the separation or the distinction upon those facts warrants this sort of cultural war that I'm seeing, the vitriol that I see in our community, the actions taken against me and my fellow council members to ruin our livelihood, to potentially stalk us, to spread lies about us amongst this community. It's unjust and it is disgraceful. I will say, regarding this issue, that I do believe it is important to uphold the municipal code with the intention of the law that was put to ballot by the people of Capitola. And in my opinion, I will say that that most closely aligns with option 2 or 3. And I would like clarification on the motion of which option out of these 4 options presented the maker of the motion most closely identifies with, because I don't think it's productive to the council to reiterate something that is not as specific as it could be. I think it puts us in the same position that we were previously, and I think tonight is a great night to at least put some intention behind the interpretation of Measure L and how we can act upon that as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to Councilmember Jensen to see if he wants to amend his motion.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would be looking at option 2 with a change so it would be the RTC and county may build a trail on the corridor within the city of Capitola. The RTC cannot build a trail on the city property or right of way, and the city can construct and maintain the streets, its sidewalks, and bike paths as the city council sees fit, period. Provided the city does not or firmly promote a detour, I don't go there. I'm stopping at the part, we're gonna maintain what we have at the time, and if somebody wants to challenge Measure L and add on to a future thing, but to firmly promote a detour trail, I don't know how we enforce that. If that's 1 sign, then it's okay. 2 signs or not, so that part's out. So that's my motion. Would Councilmember Morgan like to?
Could I ask the clerk to put option 2 up on the screen and perhaps make the changes that Councilmember Jensen articulated, if that works for the mayor, so that we can see what what the motion is?
Absolutely.
And then the next step will be to ask the council member who seconded the motion if she seconds the amended motion.
Councilmember Jensen, did you say you wanted to remove something from it, or?
Where it says city council sees fit, the part of provided it does not firmly promote the detour of the trail. I think that's too ambiguous, and I don't see how that gets enforced.
So you would like it removed?
Correct.
Well, so then we can't maintain our streets?
No, we're gonna, the city can construct and maintain the streets, sidewalks, bike paths in the city council as it sees fit. The problem where my motion would like to, with this option 2, is provided the city does not firmly promote a detour of the trail.
Oh, that's what you're removing?
That's the part I was going to be removing, correct?
Okay. Friendly amendment accepted.
Can I just clarify? So that
I'm going to ask her for a second. We'll still stand first.
Yes.
Please go
Can I
ahead.
clarify? So that means we can move forward with Cliff Drive Resiliency Project with no backlash about violation of Measure L, right? With this interpretation, we can move forward with Cliff Drive Resiliency Project without people saying we're violating the measure. Or we can move forward with Stockton Bridge without people saying we're violating our...
These are separate items at this time.
Those are our streets. Okay, you know what?
We have a first and a second, but I'd like to make a few comments. Over 2 weeks ago when we had our town hall meeting, it was really apparent that we still needed a lot of clarification. So I asked for Measure L 8.72 Community Code, our Capitola Municipal Code, to come back and so we can all talk about it, get more input from the public, share our ideas. At the same time, I asked the city manager and our attorney for a presentation. Well, we had a real difficult time about it because it was less than a week to plan for. We talked about a few things, and I asked the city manager if he would continue to keep working on it, which he did. So I appreciate that, and I think it's unfortunate that we didn't get everything in a timely manner, but this meeting just happened this way. It's no fault of the city managers. Secondly, I'd like to say for the city manager, he had worked on things based on our past council because they were going in a different direction than we are. Thank goodness we're here now and we're going another direction. So with that being said, I'm all in favor of support of our ordinance, our Capitola Municipal Code 8.72. It's always been easy for me, based on my past profession, to know we have to uphold the law. So at this point, are we looking for vote?
So to clarify, the motion as it stands on the floor by Councilmember Jensen is to direct staff to follow Municipal Code Chapter 8.72 to the fullest extent possible. The motion was amended to state that he intended option 2 with the modification that the city can construct and maintain its streets, sidewalks, and bike paths as the city council sees fit.
If I could clarify, the motion was amended to state that the interpretation staff would follow is as explained in option 2, and then as clarified by Councilmember Jensen.
Okay, I can include that in the minute.
Thank you.
So with that, Councilmember Jensen.
Aye.
Councilmember Orbach.
Aye.
Councilmember Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Peterson.
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. Bring us now to 3B, Park Avenue alignment.
Mr. Mayor, staff has a presentation that we've prepared and we're happy to give it. Based on your decision about Measure L and its interpretation, I don't know whether or not you need an extensive presentation, given that we've adopted a interpretation of Measure L that would make the proposed alignment of Park Avenue infeasible. So we're available for questions. We're available to provide the presentation at your discretion.
So would you rather have it just go to a vote without the presentation?
You need public comment.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think what the city manager is saying is that the interpretation that the council just adopted would seem to preclude the Park Avenue alignment. So we don't know that it makes sense for us to give a lengthy presentation about the Park Avenue alignment, but again, it's the mayor's decision.
Well, two things. I want the public to have their comment. Two, I think it's necessary that we vote on it at this time. So if you want to just go through the whole presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I will go through this quickly because quite a few slides are no longer applicable to this conversation. So the Coastal Rail Trail is a multi-use trail that goes throughout Santa Cruz County. Next slide. Segments 10 and 11 as mapped is through the Live Oak neighborhood into Capitola, omits the part across the trestle for reasons we have discussed this evening. Next slide. And continues on adjacent to Park Avenue through state parks and on to Aptos. Next slide, please. This is funding overview as of 2023. There are Measure D active transportation funds, a state ATP grant, a federal RAISE grant for a total funding of about $93.4 million. The estimated cost of the last time this project was estimated is over $100 million, and there is a funding need of around $18.3 million. Next slide. There is a deadline to request the funding from the CTC of April 2027. When you apply for these grants and they're awarded, you have to come back with a fully permitted and designed project, and then you request funds, and then you receive the funds. So the county has until April 2027 to request those funds. This timeline, they have to have the final design, permitting, utility coordination, and right-of-way. And so for them to do all that, they need to have an alignment for that section near Park Avenue to move forward. Next slide. This is the same slide that was presented at the town hall that kind of shows what needs to happen within that period. It is a very tight timeline, most of which being the right-of-way section and permits. Next slide. We had the town hall on February 13th of this year. During the February 13th meeting where this was first presented to council, it was requested that staff hold a town hall meeting, which was held at the New Brighton Middle School in April. It was very well attended with many questions answered beforehand and quite a bit of public comment given during the meeting. Key topics raised at that time were safety, funding, environmental impact, and the use of the trestle. Next slide, please. So we can go ahead and skip this. This was the two options that we had reviewed earlier. Reasons for proposing the alignment had to do with environmental and cost issues. Next slide, please. Next slide. The city did have a traffic calming project that came from a 2020 speed survey. There are issues on Park Avenue. There is a class 2 bike lane. There is a sidewalk on one side of the road, but there are perceived speeding issues, which the city council prioritized for the city for city staff to look into. Next slide, please. We did do community outreach. There were several key concerns that came from that, specifically traffic safety and a need for bike separation, cut through traffic, visual impact of any improvements that may be made. There's a support for a road diet, which is widening the bike lanes and narrowing the travel lanes, a desire for additional community input, and then worries about parking that is right now used on the unimproved road shoulder. Next slide, please. We did develop preliminary plans, including narrow lanes, adding speed feedback signs, and other upgrades for bike and ped mobility. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this, if Park Avenue alignment is not approved, which is where we're at this evening, the county would likely pursue the trail within the corridor. As stated in previous meetings, this requires quite a bit of retaining structures and a removal of private encroachments and had different impacts than the alignment suggested on Park Avenue. Next slide, please. County and RTC have spoken to Caltrans about this section of Park Avenue, the feedback they received from Caltrans, and then the CDC being where the money comes from, the funders of this grant, said they would not support a new trail gap. That is not, they would not support not doing this segment that is adjacent to Park Avenue. The RTC would need to go ahead and approve a different alignment, which is presumably more expensive and has a potential conflict with future passenger rail. Next slide. The Capitola trestle, as we're all aware, is not suitable right now for rail or trail. There was a study completed by the RTC in 2021 estimating cost to retrofit it for a trail. Next slide. The trestle is made of 5 separate bridges of varying construction and of varying condition. Next slide, please. As city attorney said before, the use of the trail requires rail banking or abandonment, and you may ask her any questions you have to follow up on that. Next slide, please. And the fiscal impact here that still remains is that there was $100,000 allocated to the city's project on Park Avenue in 2024, 2025. About $80,000 is remaining in that allocation. Next slide. Oh, that's it. I am here for questions. There's also RTC and county staff in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. That'll bring us to council questions. I can start with Councilmember Jensen. I'm sorry. Peterson.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Morgan. I'm sorry. It's been a long night. Orbach, no. Questions? I have no questions.
I do have questions.
What is your name again? Go ahead, please.
Just a couple of questions. And these questions are obviously changed from where some of our actions are taken, but I think there's a couple of key questions I have maybe for the RTC. You know, one thing we're going to have to do is be working on how our relationship's going forward on this. And I just wanted to make sure I have this correct. But I do recall, and tell me if I'm wrong, I recall during the RTC meeting on April 18th, 2024, I don't know, Councilmember Pedersen, you were at that meeting, but if after the presentation that identify the cost RTC, the overruns, RTC board committed to fully fund the project with the state and federal local funding. And I think the direct quote was, direct the staff to continue to pursue additional funding sources for the coastal rail trail segment 1011 and to fully fund the project and commit to fully funding the project with the state, federal, and local fund sources. Is that, that was before, I think the option, we didn't know where we were standing with where the stance was going to be for the city with the Park Avenue detour realignment, whatever you want to call it. I was just wondering if that comment and that stance from the RTC Commission and Board is still, is that the latest action by them?
Good evening, council members, members of the community. My name is Sarah Christensen, Executive Director of the RTC. Back in April, just jogging my memory, I believe it was a multifaceted item. It was basically us, daylighting the fact that, projects are dynamic and sometimes you have cost overruns. So we were bringing that information forward. The RTC did commit to fully funding the 10 and 11 project. They also directed staff to pursue additional funding as well as perform a value engineering analysis. And through those two techniques or strategies, that would essentially help, reduce the cost of the project as well as supplement the existing funding that we had for the project with additional grants. And since that time, we have secured a federal raised grant that was awarded about 2 months ago.
Thank you. I guess my other last question is just, I'm going to save my question. I'll make any comments. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? We'll take that out to public comment.
The time is now 7:39. We'll call it 7:40 p.m. So we'll accept public comment cards until 8:05. Or no, I'm sorry, 7:55. It's been a long night. 7:55 p.m. But for the first few speakers, we have Peggy, Leslie Nielsen, Saloin Sace, and Kyle Hawes.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Peggy Kenny. I am a resident of Aptos, and I would like to point out that this meeting is the most perfect possible illustration of why nothing gets built in America. It is absolutely the representation of that. Another fact I would like to remind people is that the majority of the population of Santa Cruz County lives in the unincorporated county, not in one of the 5 cities in the county. And we pay taxes just like you do. And for our taxes, we get nothing. And we are now likely to get even less. Thank you for that. I would love to visit Capitola more than I do if I could get here safely on a bicycle, but you would prefer that I not. I distinctly feel that you would prefer that I stay out of Capitola, and I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Council. Thank you.
I just want to say, yeah, let's have now be the first time we can just start collaborating and figuring out a way to get this done together with the county. I think there's a lot of resourceful options we have not even touched on yet. And I think, it was a year and a half ago, October of 2023, where we reviewed a 1,400-page EIR. I actually did read it. I'm kind of like reading that stuff on the segment 10 and 11 trail. And, the ATP grant, the largest ATP grant issued in California history. And it's all about this continuous trail for 32 miles. And it's a beautiful concept and idea. And I get that trying to do all of that in the space provided became complex as we've been working through the project. So let's get public-private partnerships going and figure out how to solve some of those problems now that we've got to keep it in the trail like it was designed to be. I think the granting authorities will be thrilled to know we're doing what we said we would do with that money, right? And that EIR was reviewed, it was accepted, and the council agreed to do a consolidated coastal development permit with the county to streamline the process and make that go faster. There are things in place to get momentum on the trail in the corridor, and we're here and willing to help with that. Alex, I'd like to say that was a year and a half ago. You're the member on the RTC representing Capitola. There was discussions in April of 2024, strategies to reduce costs, and then we didn't hear about it till February of 2025. You were absent at that meeting in April. So let's get more proactive about sharing what happens at RTC meetings. You were our representative, you weren't there, 10 months go by, we hear about it. We can't have that happen if we're gonna be helpful and not feel like there's information happening that we're not made privy to. You also missed the March 2025 meeting where a key decision was made about the segment in our corridor. So stand up, participate, and share with us.
Thank you.
I have a full-time job, and we have an alternate for the RTC.
The next two speakers were Saloin Sace and Kyle Hawes. Seeing that they're not present, we'll move on to Pauline Seals, Rafa Sonnenfeld, and Scott Rolfe. Seeing that they're not present, Connie Welch, Keiki Russmore, and Brenda Garcia. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. It's been a full house. I've been in the other room, so it took me a minute to get over here. Given the previous motion or the previous decision that this council made, I'm not totally sure what action, if any, the council is considering taking this evening regarding this item. I would just encourage you to leave all the options on the table. If you are making any directions to staff, I would recommend just encouraging the staff to plan for whatever street city-owned improvements can be made that facilitate the trail in the rail corridor. And there's an informational item on your agenda related to adverse abandonment. I would definitely encourage you not to move forward with anything like that now or really ever. I think that would just delay the trail process in general and cost RTC money and may never result in a trail through Capitola. So I don't think you have to take any action, but just would encourage you to support making this community a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Connie Welch. I just want to say thank you. I came with something to say that I don't need to say. I've felt lately like Capitola hasn't been heard and our meetings have been hijacked by outside groups. And tonight I just appreciate, I felt like you heard the residents and thank you. So.
Thank you.
So again, the next speakers are Pauline Seals, Scott Rolfe, and Keiki Russmore.
Welcome.
Hi, Scott Rolfe. Some of my comments are probably a little moot now. I was going to speak in support of RTC recommendations. I just want to, think about now, whatever sort of processes are going forward, whatever sort of grant money can be found or not found. I just want to be aware that, when the city of Capitola acts in manners that are challenging for those funding organizations, it can kind of jeopardize the reality and the regionality of some of these projects, right? Funders can certainly look at our area and go, yeah, let's avoid the city of Capitola now because they know that they can provide challenges. So I just want to be cognizant of the decisions that are made going forward, such that decisions can be made where we can engage, and we as a city can engage to the betterment of the residents that are here, rather than just obstructionism. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, but the next speaker cards, seeing as the other people, I'm sorry, I had Pauline Seals and Kaki Roosmore, and then next would be Brenda Garcia, Lola Quiroga, and Elizabeth Madrigal.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kaki Roosmore. If Pauline shows up, we hope she gets a chance to say what she wants to say. So thank you for listening to the community tonight. I don't live in Capitola. I come to Capitola very often, and my family's been coming to Capitola since 1938. We really appreciate the community. We love the nature of Capitola, and I'm concerned that the decisions that the council has made tonight are actually going to work against Capitola. Capitola would not exist. Capitola would not thrive if people outside of Capitola didn't come here. We come here to spend our money on the good things that happen in Capitola. And if we are not welcome, it will have an economic impact on Capitola. I've worked in economic development for a very long time. I was surprised to hear the small business owners of Capitola speak against their own interests. But I will try to come here, but I hate the traffic. And I was really looking forward to being able to walk across the city lines and come to a city that I love. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Again, Brenda Garcia, Lola Quiroga, and Elizabeth Madrigal.
Welcome.
How much time do I have?
2 minutes.
So hi everyone, my name is Brenda Garcia. I grew up in Capitola. I went to SoCal Elementary, New Brighton Middle School, SoCal High School. And there I saw pictures of angry white people obstructing progress. And I see that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. There's no reverse racism. Nothing has changed. And I'm sickened to see how you have been treated, Melinda, by these people. Let me see what else. Yeah, similar to what the person before me said, like, there's so many people of color who come here to spend their money, and it's so crazy to see y'all vote against your own interests. I think you guys need to own that you're acting very emotional right now. You're not listening to the experts. This really represents what we're seeing at a national level where there's a death of expertise. I have a lawyer friend. She told me that you guys were saying ridiculous things. You guys are not listening to experts in like transportation. And also let's think critically. Let's think about statistics. Who is here? It's people who have access to nannies. You can be here, you don't have to work. But a lot of the people of color who spend their money here and work for y'all, because I know y'all hire undocumented people, they're at home. Yes, you do. You don't have to lie about that. And so it's just really sick to see y'all not do the right thing. And I really urge the city council.
Excuse me. We cannot hear.
And I really urge the city council to reconsider what you guys voted on. I know you guys are really pressured by these folks who are trying to get you out of your position because they know they have to use threats and power because their logic is not hitting. And so, yeah, I just need y'all to think about the other people who live here who may not be able to come to these meetings because of volunteer bias. This is a lot of volunteer bias here, what you're hearing. So yeah, please, I urge you to recommend Measure L and vote for option 4 in the future.
If I can take a pause for a second again, it's getting to a bad point again. We need to respect when someone is up speaking. If you don't agree with them, that's great. But just keep your comments to yourself, and we'll get through this. Thank you.
The next 3 speaker cards pooled are Nico, Veronica LC, and Tom Brady.
Welcome.
Hello, welcome, council. I just wanted to say that I'm a little disappointed on the decision to not go forward with for option 4. I thought that it was a really big impact on just like how commuters could have been implemented for Capitola. One thing was that I believe supporting trail and rail helps everybody out. You don't have to have a degree in urban planning to be able to understand just the impact that trains can have and serve people of the community. Having a train means having less cars on the road. Having less cars on the road means that you have less traffic on the road and makes commuting a lot easier for everyone. I know I drive around town and I get stuck in traffic between like 3 and 5 o'clock. And those are prime commute times where I'm spending an hour on the road, wasting my life away, wasting my gas, which is like $5 a gallon. And what am I doing? I'm just sitting in traffic when many people can be served by a train going from Watsonville to Capitola to Santa Cruz or Live Oak. Like, I just feel like we can definitely look outside of just feeling like, oh, we have rail trail supporters or people who are like urban transit, 15-minute walkable cities, and just see the impacts in general for everyone. But that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Veronica LC and Tom Brady, we'll have Liz McDade.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Veronica LZ again. I am a little disappointed in the decision tonight. I want to bring just a couple of quick points to your attention. Whatever you end up doing, if we don't lose all of the money, one of the things that was so nice about this trail was the continuous nature of it. We were hoping that, especially the combination of the rail and trail, senior citizens could get out and walk more. And what I want you to keep in mind are some of the safety issues for pedestrians like me. If I'm on a trail and it ends, now I have to figure out how to wind through your town. Y'all are going to get to know me really well because I'm probably going to get lost. And having a continuous trail, which could be signed, which would mean that my GPS could tell me where it is and make sure that I'm on the trail. So whatever happens, please think about not losing your pedestrians who don't necessarily know to go wandering through the town, because that's what makes a trail enjoyable for people like me. And I think please consider the money and working with the county. Santa Cruz County is a really nice place. We should all be working together, not being exclusionary. And I would just ask you to support all of the different segments of the population that could benefit from a continuous trail. It's a safety issue. Most accidents, if you've heard any traffic reports, happen on merging, on-ramps, off-ramps. So that's when your pedestrians are going to tangle with the bikes. If they lose the trail and have to go wandering through the city, that's when the accidents are going to happen. So please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. noting the time, it cut off for the speaker cards. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liz McDade. I live here in Capitola. I'm also a small business owner in Capitola. I have an office on 41st Avenue. And I came here tonight to advocate for the Park Avenue diversion, and I feel very disappointed that that is no longer on the agenda. And when I first heard about having the rail trail diverted off of the corridor, I was also upset. I was like, I don't want to bike up the hill out of the village. That's hard. I want to just be on the trail. But now I just want something. I want us to move forward. And I feel like what we've done tonight is a stall, and it's going to hold us back and slow us down. I think that we're going to regret this decision that happened tonight. We're going to look back at this night, and we're going to feel like this was a big mistake. We are letting down the people who can't be here tonight. I feel like you all were bullied tonight into making this decision, and only certain people can be here tonight. I have 2 kids. They're making their own dinner so that I can show up and be here. And I just feel like a small segment of Capitola residents are pushing you around, and we're not supporting our entire community, and we're letting down the county. And I'm sorry. I know I'm not trying to yell at you all. I'm sorry. I know that this is a really hard job, but I also feel like we should do what we can to make something happen now and not keep postponing things with different things that come up onto your agenda. We need a trail. We need a rail. We need to just move forward and get it done. I want my girls to have safe path through the village. We bike through the village. There's already bikes in the village. Let's make it safe.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tom. After Tom, we'll have Mark Crane, Ariel Gray, Russ Weiss, and Caddy Hansen.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for all your hard work. My first question to all of you are, do you ride regularly through the village on bikes? Do you guys all have bikes, and do you ride regularly through the village? Does anybody ride through the village? Any of you? Raise a hand, just let me know. If you don't, please get a bike. And if you went to one of the bike shops here and said, hey, I'm on the council, I want to ride around the village and see what it's like, I'm sure any one of them would happily lend you a bike so you can experience what we experience. And this is about the Park Avenue corridor, if it's going to get changed, we need to keep the bike lanes as they are now. Don't limit them, because as soon as the trail goes in, it's going to be full of people walking with dogs, with kids, with toddlers. That's what's happening on the west side right now. If you guys haven't, obviously, you haven't ridden on the west side trail. The west side trail is now a pedestrian trail. It's not a bike trail. There's a number of people skating, biking, walking, scootering. They've got children out. You can't ride your bike on it. It's not a place where you can ride your bike continuously. It is dangerous. So we're still, as cyclists, we're still on the streets. Secondarily, putting a bike path and trail through the Capitola Village is dangerous. It's already very dangerous. I ride through the village probably 6 to 7 times a week on my bike, either recreationally or commuting. I've been taken out by one of your visitors from Salinas, separated shoulder, coming down Cliff Drive. It's very dangerous. The intersections are very dangerous. So the best thing to do would to get it up and get it on the trestle, get people out of the village on bikes, create recreation around here. Look at what's happening in Monterey. Monterey has a bike path. They get tens of thousands of people that go there just to ride their bikes, and then they go spend money. That's what will happen here. It'd be great to see it happen. But on the corridor, please keep the bike.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Mark Crane again. Again, I'd like to thank you for your efforts. It's not easy, folks. You know that probably way better than I do. I don't have anything further to really add to the discussion. I would propose or would hope that we can see our way further forward in building a trail rail of any sort, heavy rail, is difficult for me to imagine functioning. I spent a lot of time in San Jose. Their light rail is subsidized heavily, and there were many times that their light rail was 10% full, 20% full, and I rode it at all times of the day. Metro has a pretty good record of serving their customers. Even if you're on the rail trail, the last mile is always the problem. What do you do to get from a station or a stop on your rail to wherever you want to go? It's always a problem. Yeah, you can put a bike on it. Yeah, you can put a chair on it. Yeah, you can walk on and walk off and walk the last couple of miles, but it's always difficult. Anyway, keep your efforts, and thank you for them.
Thank you.
The next speakers are Ariel Gray, Russ Weiss, Kitty Hansen, Elliot Campbell, and then Maddie.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I will say this has been a disappointing evening. I was excited to come speak in support of the Park Avenue alignment, option B. Obviously, now that is moot. There are Capitola residents who support the sensible Park Avenue alignment. I am one of them. I think people think that with the decision tonight, we can pivot to getting the trail over the trestle easily and quickly. That is false. It's a great plan for the future. I embrace it for the future, but it will be lengthy. We could have had a great and approach. But what we have now are more costs and uncertainty for a trail along the Park Ave segment, no enhancements to bike and ped safety in the village, and more costs back to Capitola for the Park Ave speed diet. I appreciate all of staff's efforts and City Council's efforts, but I will say I am a disappointed Capitola resident. Thank you.
Thank you.
So again, we have Russ Weiss. Seeing none, we'll move on. Kitty Hansen.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a third generation Santa Cruz resident. My grandparents moved here during the Depression. I was a Santa Cruz City firefighter. I ran a charter school in Live Oak, the office for 18 years. I bought a house here in 1998, and I'm wondering why we voted on something that precluded the next option. Who's running this? I mean, why didn't we talk about the Park Avenue before we went to Measure L? I mean, you just voted on something. You wiped out the whole possibility of what council member was talking about. You're so logical. Logical, timely, funding's available. Did we just lose our RTC funding? Did we lose part of it? I think we lost a whole lot of it, and I think we're going backwards here. And I don't know why we had this vote when you guys weren't prepared, and it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault that the packets weren't there. Why didn't someone say, hey, we're not prepared. Let's vote on this next week or the week after. You did not have to be pressured to make that decision to preclude the whole next part of the discussion. 3B just went down the drain. And I feel very disappointed. I ride on Park Avenue. I would love to have seen that. I don't know what you're going to do now, but I think we have just lost about 5 or 10 years in this process because of the vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Elliot Campbell.
Welcome.
Thank you, Council. Great seeing you up there doing your job. Thanks also for encouraging us to be civil. This is a beautiful town, a great one to argue about. So I'm glad we all have that ability to do safely. So thank you for making that possible. When I think about that trail, I'm so excited about it. And one of the things I'm most excited about is getting on that trail and then coming down into Capitola Village. So, moving forward, I really hope we can make a safe way for people to get from the trail down into the village. I bike through the village every day. My daughter biked through it twice today. We'll keep doing that because that's how we get to the beach. And I just really am excited for a day when we'll have that awesome trail going, and then we'll be able to cruise through the village in a sound manner. And if you go to the west side, I'm over there a couple days a week on their trail. It actually is really cool. It's not just pedestrians, it's bikers, it's kids biking to school. It's beautiful. And I really hope that one day we'll have some of that here too. Junior guards biking down the trail, down into the village. I hope there's a way that we can get there one day. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers is Melody, Valerie Mishkin, Brad Todd, and Mel Vento. Melody, Valerie Mishkin, Brad Todd, and Mel Vento. We'll go ahead and add another one since people are still coming up. Brian Peoples will be after that group. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mel Vento here. I want to thank the council. I know that this was very stressful. There's a lot of mixed opinions here. I have been a full-time resident of Capitola for 12, 13 years. Many people here know me because I'm always walking. I do work full-time, but in the dark, in the morning, I'm out walking my lab. After work, I walk to Pleasure Point. I average 6-7 miles a day. I also own 2 bikes, a regular bike and an e-bike, and I would love to see a trail. However, I am just so thankful that the council did basically support the will of the people. It was codified for a reason. The majority of the people did not want the traffic going through the village, and for very good reason. I walk to Pleasure Point and back, and the biggest danger is actually just crossing near the Stockton Bridge. So it's very dangerous. We have a lot of tourists here. We need to support our families, the tourists, and I just think that there's a reason that people did vote this in. So I want to thank the staff for supporting as well. But I do, there's a reason that we have democracy in this country, and we all should be blessed that we're all here to be able to give our opinion. But at the same time, as a citizen of Capitola, we all voted, and thank you for the support.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Valerie Mishkin, and I'm here to speak to you about the value of rail. I know most people want to talk about trail, but I can't walk much anymore, so I won't be using that. But my children and grandchildren and their descendants will, so it's needed. What I want to talk about is the future. We are building a lot of housing today, and every 8 years, we're assigned a new number to keep building. This new development throughout the county limits how much parking is available. Why? Because the way we live today is not the way we lived 50 years ago. And the way we'll live in 30 more years, again, will have changed. Fewer people will be driving cars by then, and they will need alternative transportation. Buses alone will not cut it. And we need a 4th way to get through the county. We have Soquel, we have Highway 1, we have through the south end through the beach end, we need the trail and we need the rail. The rail will be very heavily used in the future by our descendants. Today, most kids don't get a driver's license in a car at 16. Many are 30 years old by the time they get one. They get one when they start a family, and they get 1 car per family. So it's really important that we not shut down this future for our descendants. We're going to need a rail here. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi.
Quickly, the
Okay,
next
go ahead.
speakers after Brian will be Bill Gray, JB, Bob Seuss, and Lynn Jackson.
Hi, Brian Peoples with Trail Now. You know, I first got involved with the RTC over 25 years ago. Trail Now has been around for 15, so we're pretty familiar with the facts. And the train advocates are really applying a scare tactic in the sense of the rail banking process. It's essentially a process about 4 to 6 months, okay? And Roaring can't come and sue you. It's actually a process. Guy Preston, who was the former RTC executive director, recommended it, and he got real frustrated. He was really frustrated. He is basically, after 3 years, left because he couldn't get it done. The fastest way and the most cost-effective and the most eco-friendly way is to put the trail, called the interim trail, over the rail bed, okay? It's the fastest way. As soon as we're a day-to-day slip right now on delays of implementing the rail banking process. It's a very standard process, and the groups here are giving you a scare tactic that it's going to delay it. It's not. It's going to be the fastest. For example, Park Avenue would require you to do a whole new EIR. You would have to do a whole new EIR. The interim trail is already included in the EIR. It's already included in the grant application. It's simple. And they say that the Capitola trestle is not part of the funding. Well, you're going to save so much money. You're going to be able to convert that Capitola trestle. In fact, that Park Avenue sidewalk is probably more expensive than converting the Capitola trestle. Guaranteed. Just go look at segment 7B that's still not open by the wharf. You really don't want to do a destructive approach, so you've made a great choice by following the law. Measure L. Thank you.
So again, the next speakers are Bill Gray, JB, Bob Seuss. Seeing nobody approach, I'm going to go ahead and move on to Lynn Jackson, Cheryl Ban, John, and Mike Sherman.
I'm JB.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I was in such a hurry, I just put down JB. So, no, really. You don't want me to write it out. It's so shaky. I should have been a doctor. Okay, Jacques Bertrand, former city treasurer, mayor for a while, brief mayor, and what was it? 8 years. I always forget how many years I was on city council. Thank you. 8, thank you. 8 years on city council. I wasn't going to get up here. I usually like to listen to the people in the public. I am in the public now, but I get a lot of information and insight, and I think everyone on the dais here appreciates that. But I have a few things I'd like to say, and one of them was Commissioner Orbach, when you made your comments, I was really taken back. I've been the subject of abuse. I've been the subject of comments about my actions and stuff like that. I want to apologize. I just am so unhappy that you had to go through that. I'm glad you're here. So I have two other things that I want to talk about that I feel are something we should address. And we do have Measure L. So what I want people to understand is that we in Capitola have a special place. It's been mentioned that people come here because of that. We are concerned about how things happen in this village. We want things that happen in this village to be in sync with who we are. There's a long history to Capitola, first beach place in California. I mean, all these things led up to here. Measure L should not stop us from talking about how to deal with the rail trail. So I put it to our city attorney. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thanks again for receiving us.
I'm not really specifically interested in the rail as much as I am the trail, because I love biking, running, and my wife walks every day. Here again, I know that the rail is a dream that maybe might be feasible in some sense, but the thing is that I feel that we've moved forward in a good way, because we're not going to be making a dangerous move through the village, which I really know is not safe for kids and elderly people. And I'm very pleased that you have done what you've done. I hope the RTC will continue to move forward. We get to go across the trestle. And I think I have been on the trestle and looked out at the ocean, and it is spectacular. Have any of you ever gone on top of the trestle? You should do it. Because if you got on the trestle and looked out, you'd understand why that would be the most amazing trail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Cheryl Ban. After Cheryl, we have John, Mike Sherman, Lori Hill, and David Steinman.
Welcome.
I'm Cheryl Ban. I spoke earlier, and I want to thank you for listening and having our voices heard. I know this is very difficult. I also understand that people might feel that there's winners and losers. I think that we all need to look at that we are all triumphing in terms of having a communication and having our voices heard, and not separating out and booing or intimidating people or having people feel any less is really important. And we're working at that tonight. So thank you for that. I also am listening to people not feeling welcome in Capitola. There's nothing in this vote that I heard was not welcoming to this whole community. I heard that people considered all of the community and the greater Santa Cruz County. I also want to say that I have trust tonight because of different council members. I walk, as I said earlier, I encountered council member, I think it's okay to say, one of the council members, Jensen, numerous times trying to understand this community. So when he made a motion tonight, I went, this person has really researched and really looked at what's going on. I trust that motion. I trust where it's going to go. So thank you for that. And I also would like to know, when I can see the different council members and have like open houses and have one-on-one a little bit more. So I know you're all working, we're all doing the best we can, but that's something. The other thing I want to talk about going through the village as a side note, don't forget about the skateboarders. You know, right now they're not allowed in Capitola Village. You know that. So if that's another thing, go through the village. There's so many thoughts that came up listening to everybody. Let's see. I know the other thing. Since we're not understanding the trails, there is Rail Trail Conservancy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Lori Hill. After Lori Hill, we'll have Mike Sherman, David Steinman. After David Steinman, it'll be Jack Brown, Christine McBroom, Matt Arthur, and Mackenzie Cameron. You can go ahead and line up.
Welcome.
My name is Lori Hill. Thank you so much for this meeting, and thank you for the workshop that you folks put on that helped educate most of the people in this room. And I look at the group in this room, and I think they care about Capitola, and some of them may have a little more emphasis on one thing versus another, but they care about Capitola too, because they're all saying they want to come here. So I read the emails that your constituency sent you, as well as other people, regarding this matter. And I know you read those emails as well. So I know you are presenting a balanced perspective on this. My concern all along has been that RTC promised a trail on the rail corridor. And now the pressure has shifted from a rail on the corridor to Capitola accepting substantial diversions of the trail off the corridor. So I don't even really want to talk about Park Avenue. My major concern is the village. And I just wanted to put in some silly words that sort of explain how I feel about people careening down the hills through Capitola Village on their wheeled vehicles. the mere idea that those who careened down there are going to climb their bicycles up the hills on the other side. And so I'm really against the concept of the trail coming into Capitola Village as opposed to the trestle. And tonight I heard two really good things. One of which was to fix the trestle to make it for trail is a $5 million fix. I think it's a $5 million view from up there. And I really think that this should be seriously looked at from all parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, welcome.
Glad Tom Brady showed.
Can you make sure the microphone is turned on? It might have gotten turned off.
Okay, how about now? Yeah. So I really wanted to thank you for listening to your residents here with your vote on 8.72. I'm also happy that Park Avenue is essentially, the diversion is going to be eliminated. As a bike rider, really, you're going to be up against traffic. You're still going to get the exhaust from the cars. You're still going to get the debris from them. We really are better off on the rail corridor along that. And I think there's a lot of people that feel bad about they think that's going to take longer. But I think when the zero emission passenger rail and trail ZEPR report comes out, and we finally get that real price tag of $4 to $5 billion to do that. I mean, we just heard $1 billion just to do the trestles and bridges, not including tracks or any of the infrastructure associated to it. Of that, $244 million was just for demolishing and replacing the Capitola trestles. Also just wanted to note that one of my favorite RTC presentations was done by Sarah a few years ago, where she did talk about if we turned it into a trail. In 2021, that was $7 million. I'm sure it's doubled or tripled now, but still, that is pennies on the dollar to what it's going to cost to put in the train infrastructure. So I think it will be faster. It will be less expensive. We can always look at Monterey Rec Trail, like other people had noted, where the Recreations Department did a survey and 70% of respondents said they use that on a weekly basis. I think that's a really great goal for our county as well. And just one last thing is I really took heart to what Melinda said, and also wanted to get Alex and the staff here too. I truly apologize for anybody that threatened you or did anything like that. I went through that in the Measure D campaign, and nobody deserves to tone down the rhetoric. Thank you.
The next speakers, David Steinman, Jack Brown, Christine McBroom, Matt Arthur, and Mackenzie Cameron.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a citizen of Capitola for a good while. I ride my bike in Capitola. I live on Park Avenue. I don't have a nanny. I don't have a butler. I don't even have a gardener. But being on Park Avenue, it's not a safe place. It's not a safe street. And I'm very glad you guys voted to uphold the law. I hope that with this communication tonight, I hope that we can find an alternative, because I have spent many, many years, many, many hours, and many, many dollars of gasoline on these roads. And I think an alternative solution is fantastic, but if anybody has spent any time looking out their window at Park Avenue, particularly at the mouth of the hill to go into the village, you know that it's not a safe place. It's not a safe place for bikers. It's not a safe place for dog walkers or people walking. I've seen too many close incidences. I've seen a lot. So I would like better, safer transportation for people. I'm in favor of a rail. I'm in favor of getting cars off the streets. And I hope a decision, and I hope something comes to fruition before your kids are too old. And we all get to enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Christine McBroom. I'm a resident business owner. I have 2 young boys, a family here. Daily, we drive on Park Avenue. Every Thursday, we drive, or we bike to school with my children. This past Friday, we were biking. There were 15 bikes in the road. It was unsafe to pass. I was going into the oncoming traffic. My son and I got into a conversation about where do you think these people should be? Remember, there's going to be the rail trail. They know a lot about this. And we got into a conversation that, yeah, it's much safer that they're down there. And then we talked about who has more agency in making that decision. Residents that drive it every day and have to deal with the traffic and the chaos, or people who don't live here every day. And my son said, we do. We drive this road every day. So I want to thank you for hosting the meeting with the RTC, the town hall meeting. I heard quotes like, get out of your bubble, you're obstructing things, we're going to lose the money. And I would never think to go to someone's city and say comments that lacked empathy and awareness. We all agree, yes, we want a trail, but we want it safe. We want it very safe, and we want to keep it on the rail. What I'm most proud of is I was surrounded by my fellow residents who aren't motivated by money, but are motivated by the safety and well-being of our community. And that gives me joy, that gives me hope, and that's a place I want to raise my family. So thank you.
Thank you.
Following Matt Arthur and Mackenzie Cameron, the next speakers will be Jessica Guild, Jonah Henry, Stephanie Auld, and Kyle H.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. Christine McBroom could not have put it any better. Very wise decision on your guys' part with the upholding of Measure L. Thank you. I think there's a lot of misguided frustration here in the room. The RTC came and proposed this rail trail initially on the rail corridor. They are the ones that proposed diverting it, detouring it off into Capitola streets. Fortunately, we had wise people making wise decisions back in 2018, seeing the potential future. Kudos to them. Thank you. Now, you guys just supported that. Thank you. Now, hopefully, the people in the room can see that this frustration isn't, we want a trail. We'd love, hey, I think some of us would like to have a train on that rail and that trail, but it needs to stay on that rail, on that trail. Looking forward to the future. Hopefully it comes sooner, but I look forward to your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you all for having us. I grew up in Capitola, just on McCormick off of Park Avenue, and spent many wonderful hours going down to the village and biking and walking around Capitola. I live in downtown Santa Cruz now, near the tracks that Roaring Camp uses regularly. I came here tonight to ask for support on the Park Avenue alignment and share previous speakers' disappointment that the way the order of events happened, now speaking about that feels a little useless. But I do want to speak up to say that I hope you all will work to support trail and rail options in the future. I enjoyed so much being able to have active use of the village, and it felt like a fun place to walk and bike as a kid. And though I'm not there now, I do really enjoy the biking and walking options that are coming on the west side, and I'm very much looking forward to the opening of the trail segment that will connect me in downtown to that west side trail, and hope that you will use all resources that you have to work with the county residents to keep viable, active transport going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Stephanie Auld, and I'm an advocate for disabled as well as seniors. I've lived in Capitola for 12 years now. And I'm sure that you all have all the statistics about the seniors who know me, right? And so I just wanted to kind of highlight certain things about our use and what we're looking for and what keeps us safe. I think that the priority for to be considered is safe transportation, fast, efficient, and ecological transportation. So when you look at what's expected in terms of the senior population growth, a third of our population here in Santa Cruz County is expected to be seniors in 5 years, by the year 2030. And so how transportation, that's from the California Department of Finance, how transportation impacts the disabled as well as seniors is just access to caregivers. Most of our caregivers can't afford to live in Santa Cruz City or county, this area, so they live in Watsonville. So having transportation that's fast, makes it possible for us to get caregivers. I'm sure you're all familiar with the access to caregiving problems that we're having for our seniors here in Santa Cruz. Also, I almost get hit. I ride these roads every day, and I almost get hit by cars at least 2 times a week. So safety for wheelchair users and pedestrians and bikers is super important. I was surprised that the business community was not in favor of the rail. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speakers are Jessica Guild, Jonah Henry, Kyle H. After that, we'll have David Van Brink and Kevin McGuire.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Jessica Guild. I am a Live Oak parent, homeowner, and avid county biker. I'm sad to hear that the Park Avenue alignment will not be moving forward. The borders of our communities are fluid, and the decisions here are felt far beyond the city of Capitola. Capitola's interests are also my interests. You are my neighbors. Those of us who don't live in Capitola spend lots of money and time here. I am part of yet another generation that has waited and waited for the rail trail to be built. I bike to work and take my 3-year-old to daycare daily via bike. I love biking through this beautiful county and experiencing all the details that are lost while in a car. Our county voters' voices matter in this situation, and we definitively voted that rail banking was not supported by the Santa Cruz County community members. As a partner in the county, you are also responsible to the wider county to think about the impacts and options of the rail trail on future generations. This is an opportunity to dream big and do what is best for the next generation and generations to come of Santa Cruz County residents. I look forward to the day when I can bike safely with my daughter, protected from traffic via the rail trail. Please do not let another generation miss out on the opportunity to experience this important resource. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So again, the speakers, Jonah Henry, Kyle H., David Van Brink, Kevin McGuire, and afterwards, Teresa.
Welcome.
Hello, is this on? Hello, my name is Jonah Henry. I'm a college student and one of the leaders of Sunrise Santa Cruz, a youth climate activist organization. I'm a resident of Santa Cruz, not Capitola, so I guess you could refer to me as a special interest. But I'm personally affected by the decisions that are made here in Capitola, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to provide input. As someone who relies on the bus and biking to get around Santa Cruz County, protected bike lanes like the ones that were proposed for the Park Avenue diversion would make my commute safer, faster, and less stressful. More importantly, as others have noted here tonight, I'm concerned about the repercussions of tonight's vote on the county's eligibility for future state grants for this and other segments of the rail trail. It is clear that tonight's public comment was not a debate over the Park Avenue diversion specifically, but about the rail trail more generally. Sustainable transportation is a central pillar of any prosperous and equitable society. Sustainable transportation requires high costs in the short term, but delivers large benefits in the long term. $1 billion or a handful of $1 billion is a smart investment, and the present generations of the county owe it to the future generations of the county to overcome these logistical and financial challenges for the greater good. Those who are here tonight to block the rail trail, if they ultimately succeed, will relegate county residents to centuries of car-centric urban planning, traffic, and escalating gasoline or electric vehicle charging prices. It is selfish, short-sighted, and unfair. I ask the City Council and the people who have spoken here tonight in opposition to the Park Avenue proposal to please reconsider their current stance on this issue. It is the future of Santa Cruz County, not the past, that we must be working together to protect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing none of the previously named speakers lining up, we'll go ahead and move on to TJ Welch, Mary Beth Cahalan, Lonnie Faulkner, and Aiden Hostler.
Hello, I just want to say thank you for first Mayor Clark for getting this municipal code on the agenda tonight. It's something that needed to be resolved for a long time. And it's been a point of consternation for a long time, way too long. So I'm glad we got some of that resolved. Secondly, I thank you and, Councilman Orbach even for jumping in and Alexander for jumping in and making it a 5-0 vote. I know it wasn't easy, but the issue here really is about the rail trail is not your problem. You know what? This law has been on the books since 2018. The RTC's known about this. They've told us originally in the arguments against Major D that they would have the trail on the rail, and they've changed their minds. Now, whether it's funding issues or whatever, it's not Capitola's problem. It's not your fault that this issue happened tonight. I hope that we will, each of you will work with the RTC members that are here to, and transparently, I hope, to make this happen. This is something I think we all want. It's something I think we all need. But the fact that we didn't do the Park Avenue, you chose not to do that, was following our city laws. Your hands may have been tied there, but I think we can still find options to work on that. The trestle project, you look at what we've done in the community. What's happened with the wharf. We had a committee come in and enhance the wharf. We've had RAC come in and help and build the fence up on Depot Hill so that we could keep the bluff open. It looks like we may have another project out there, by the way. But I just want to say we have a lot of people in our community. Obviously, they're passionate about our community. What we did tonight and what you did tonight was approving what the community was looking for, and that's to uphold our law. And I think we can move forward and help the RTC get that trail in the corridor where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I want to thank you all for holding up the law, which, as we all know, is what we are voted to do. I think it's interesting that we have all these people here that blame Capitola, but they don't blame the RTC. The RTC promised us that they would put it in the rail trail. Okay, so why aren't we? That's really my question. The special interest groups that are here, some of these people are making money trying to have this go. But the point is the RTC is the one that let us down, not the city of Capitola. Thank you for listening to your constituents.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity. Two sayings come to mind. Cutting off the nose to spite the face, and one bird in the hand versus two in the bush. I don't think this group really understands what they've lost, if given what's going on. The group who calls themselves pro-trail are aggressively and in many cases, as we've heard here, violently impacting this community with threats, lies, abuse, and advocating for inequity. If they can't have a trail on the tracks, they will stop at nothing to destroy the possibility of our coastal trail moving forward. And Greenway, who ran Measure L, has forced endless studies, wasting years, and now we're going to waste more years. Who actually thinks the state of California will come back and give us more money to fight over the thing that we can't even agree on here? The rest of the community, our kids, our family members with disabilities can all take a back seat to this entitlement. To the folks here who are able to come, who have the money to come here, there's a lot of people I know that couldn't make it tonight. They can't afford it. They don't have childcare. They're students. They're working 2 and 3 jobs. they're not here tonight to speak on behalf of who you've represented. Thank you to Ms. Orbach for representing those people. I heard you speak out in behalf of those people who couldn't be here tonight. We're talking about a 0.7 mile segment on Park Avenue, 0.7 miles that we're arguing about, which is affordable and far more affordable to maintain. I just want to say that when 70-year-old Deborah Town was struck and killed, huge amounts of people came out in angry about putting safe street infrastructure to the city council. The city council stood on behalf of what was right, that is safe streets. Compared to 76 similarly sized cities across California, the city of Capitola ranks #1 for the number of pedestrians injured and fatalities for those 65 and older. Capitola has a very high incidence of traffic violence, and Capitola has a very aggressive, outspoken number of residents who do not want to see changes implemented that will make Capitola safer. Thank you.
The next speaker is Aiden Hustler. After Aiden, we have Gail Ortiz, Peter Newton, Bruce Sawhill, Tina, and Lowell Hurst. Again, Gail Ortiz, Peter Newton, Bruce Sawhill, Tina, and Lowell Hurst.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Aiden Hostler. I've been the victim of a bike accident, a hit and run bike accident, not in the city of Capitola, but bike safety is very high on my agenda and my list. I appreciate that you guys are considering a very difficult thing here, that their opinions are divided. I did go to New Brighton Middle School back when it was Capitola Elementary, probably in, well, let's see, 1978. I showed up at Capitola Elementary and I did ride my bike on Park Avenue then, and I ride it now. And it's frankly terrifying. I think that we are missing an opportunity to quickly implement a safe stretch. I don't think we're ever going to get rail banking. I don't think we're ever going to get rail abandonment. There are too many factors in play. Why are we even talking about abandonment? Well, it's because there are a few very wealthy individuals in this community who have property that aligns by the that is next to or has the rails across them. Those individuals have worked tirelessly against the public good to try to eliminate rail and trails so that they can get a federal payout under the Rails to Trails Act of 1994. We've got a guy here wearing his hat from Trail Now. Should be called Trail Never, because when they proposed Greenway, they're conveniently neglecting to follow up with the fact that that would require all of the permits to be redone. The permits we've been working on, the rail trail permits for years and years and years, decades. So this is going to set the process back. And frankly, I hate to say it, but the blood of cyclists and pedestrians is going to be on the head of this council. We don't just serve the current members of the city. We serve the future members of the city. We serve tourists, visitors to the city. And I'm afraid that you've taken a short-sighted decision that's going to reduce public safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
So then the next group of speakers was supposed to be Gail Ortiz, Peter Newton, Bruce Sawhill, Tina, or Lowell Hurst. Seeing nobody lined up, we'll move on to Mary Odegaard, Jocelyn Wolf, Grace Voss, and Tori Del Favro.
Welcome.
Well, good evening, and I want to thank the council for their hard work here, because it is hard work. My name is Lowell Hurst, and I am a concerned citizen. I'm a concerned citizen in District 2, and I know that it's hard for anybody to believe that someone from Watsonville could be a concerned citizen in District 2, but it's true. We have and I don't represent a special interest, I represent a public interest, and that's what I want to support, is the public interest. I've spent my whole life in public service. I was a Peace Corps volunteer. I was a teacher in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District for 32 years. I was a city councilman, and I know you might not believe this, but I was a city councilman for 20 years, not all in one stretch by any means, but the voters did return me a few times. I hired 6 city managers, me and the majority of the council. And in fact, we've hired Ms. Butler. I was part of that majority that hired her too. So I have empathy and sensitivity for where you're at and I'm glad that I stayed late. And if I have a problem with my parking permit, I hope I know somebody to talk to. You know, Capitola is a jewel. It's a slice of paradise. Residents recognize that. But you also need tourists, you need customers, you need folks to come here and spend money. And that's what good neighbors do. And that's what visitors from out of town, outsiders, as some people would call them, outsiders, that come here and support the industry of Capitola.
Thank you.
Tourism. Thank you.
A reminder, the next speakers are Mary Odegaard, Jocelyn Wolf, Grace Voss, and Tori Del Favreau.
Welcome.
Hello. I appreciate that City Council member Melinda Orbach brought to light the very unfortunate threats made to you all, you City Council members, with regards to this issue. That microphone. Okay, there we go. So thank you. I don't know how to say thank you. I just appreciate that you brought that to light. The threats that were made to you and the other City Council members on this issue. It's very unfortunate. I also represent the public interest. I ride my bike, like I told you already. Bicycling and walking is really good for businesses. It's really good. You're going a lot slower. You got more time to look, enjoy, make the place safe for cyclists through the town. That's important. It's very important. And there was something else on my mind that I wanted to say, but it's slipping. So thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
The next batch of speakers pooled is Elizabeth Bertrand, Tom McGlashan, Ed Spur, and Rodney Wartsock.
Welcome.
Thank you for that welcome, Mayor. I appreciate all of you who are here. I want to say almost past your bedtime. Is that? It's late, and so I'll try to keep this short. I'm really excited that we're able to have these kinds of conversations in Santa Cruz County about maybe getting a train. The comments I've heard tonight about just disbelieving it, or maybe it's not worth it, or Caltrain has been running passenger rail for 150 years. If this is something that can happen in Santa Cruz County, it's something that could happen for over a century, for people younger than me, for people who haven't been born yet. And I'm really hopeful that despite the vote that was taken earlier tonight, we're still going to have that opportunity to move forward with a train. I urge you to work closely with your city attorney, with your staff, to see if there's something that can be done. Can you go back on this decision sua sponte? Is this something that you were not prepared for and should not have voted on tonight? What exactly the decision was of a modified option 2 is still a little confusing to me. Barring that, I request that you do everything possible to work with the RTC and everyone else who is eager to see not just the county of Santa Cruz, but the city of Capitola move into the future in a productive way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
After the next speaker, we'll go ahead and call Tom McGlashan, Ed Spur, Rodney Wartsock, Winifred Frick, and Theo Kell up.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Bertrand, Capitola citizen. The County of Santa Cruz, working closely with the Santa Cruz County Regional Transportation Commission, submitted an ATP grant to request the CTC and was awarded the largest grant ever in the history of the CTC of in excess of $67 million. This centerpiece of the grant was to fund a segment that combined pedestrian bike trail to be built in the rail corridor owned by the SCCRTC that would combine the rail, the space for the rail. It was this vision of combining both of these in the same trail that helped them get the funding. So that's why I want to make sure that you understand they have the funding. They have more funding that was ever given to any other jurisdiction in the state. They have the money, they have a deficit, they've managed deficits before. This is not the scope of your decision. It's their decision to make. And for the record, all of Capitola supported that ATP grant, and we still support that ATP grant the way it was written and scoped in the rail corridor. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council members. I think I'm the youngest person who's spoken so far. Thank you so much for, nope, okay, on this item. And another UCSC student came up, so I felt compelled to speak. And I really am frustrated by the vote on item 3A. And I'm frustrated that there are continued delays to this project that would create safe alternatives to driving. I am a car-free person. I'm committed to being car-free for the rest of my life, and it is a challenge to do so in Santa Cruz, especially wanting to navigate the entire county, wanting to come to Capitola Village when there's limited transit access. The 55 comes every hour and 40 minutes, and biking here is not safe. And yet I do it anyway, and I always feel unsafe. And I'm just really exhausted of coming to these meetings and being confronted with it feels like my voice doesn't matter because I didn't move here 50 years ago when houses were worth a penny, and I can actually have a say in things because I'm not a homeowner. It feels like it's useless to be here, but I know it's not, and I know that you all have a right to listen to everybody who this project impacts, and that's the entire county. This is a county-wide project, and yes, it goes through Capitola and affects the citizens of Capitola, but it really is about continued access from South County to North County, and this is a vital part of that. And it really feels like cutting off that access shows that there's a culture of exclusion in Capitola, and you should not be complicit in that. You have the power to change that and continue supporting access to safe alternatives to driving. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing none of the previously called speakers, we'll move on to Stacy Croft, David Casterson, Mike Morrissey, David Dean, and Keith Cahalan. Stacy Croft, David Casterson, Mike Morrissey, David Dean, and Keith Cahalan.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Stacy. When I moved to Santa Cruz, I lived at the other end of Monterey Avenue from here. And I bicycled all the way down to downtown where I worked at Game-A-Lot Toys. And every week I would come down to the village on my bike. And this is before Park Avenue had those nice bike lanes, before the share roads were on all the streets. And I'm an adult. I can lane share on the freeway, but kids can't. They're going to go to the village whether or not you make a safe way to get there. And the golden standard is grade separated. The proposal for the alignment along Park Avenue is grade separated. And it does exactly what your kids want to do, which is get on the trail next to the road because that's where their houses are, that's where they already are, and then get down to the village. That's what they want to do. That's what they're doing. None of this other stuff really matters because you just voted that you have the decision on your streets to make your bike lanes and upgrade them the way you want. And you have an offer to make the golden standard of a bike lane a grade separated. It's your choice. You you can leave it and it won't happen, or you can vote and take the money that's already on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Back up here again. I want to start with a quote. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you have all voted unanimously in favor of upholding Measure L, and of course there's been many historically bad ordinances against lots of people, you have to come up with the money to put that rail in. And I say rail, not trail, because rail banking is really hard. But what's even harder is rail unbanking. I'm unaware of any place that it's happened. So it's really a non-issue. If you bank a rail, it doesn't come back. Okay. Take that off the table. The RTC, I worked with them. I was District 2 member of the RTC, and I was also chair. They work really hard coming up with these grants. To get a grant funded, especially one as big as the one that we were just talking that Elizabeth talked about, requires that the communities have support for it. It's a big factor in getting a grant. If Caltrans or any other grant funding foundation looks and sees that you guys are all against it, and maybe you're not against the idea of it, but you have to have funding. You've got to be realistic. If there's a solution that you can help come up with, like happened with the wharf, that you can privately fund the shortfall and build the trail all within the corridor, great, then do it. Because if you don't, you are racist and elitist.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Just a couple comments to close tonight from my point of view. First, I want to thank you for having the courage and the conviction to follow the law. Some of you, I'm sure, are under immense political pressure to go away, which is aligned with those political leanings, and to have a 5-0 vote to uphold the law, 8.72 in Capitola, puts a stake in the ground for who we are as a community and who we are as a city. Secondly, I want to thank you for waking up Capitola. By the actions over the last year or so, you have caused everybody who cares about Capitola to wake up, talk to each other, work together, figure out what we think is right for the city, and take a stand. And I am so impressed and I'm so grateful for everybody who came out tonight and a week ago and a month ago and before that to come together and put their minds together, put their intensity together to do what they think is right and help influence the process. And this is just the start. I can literally guarantee you we are in it. We're all in. You're going to be hearing from us again and again and again. And the level of community involvement will continue to be incredibly strong to help all of us work together to make Capitola better. We have 8 bikes in our garage that we rarely use because it's not safe to bike on the streets. 8. I have 2 fat tire bikes that I use to get to New Brighton Beach and go up and down the beach because that's the only place where I'm sure I'm not going to get hit by a car. Let's build the trail on the corridor so we can all enjoy it and we can all use it and we can all benefit from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
The next speakers, after Mr. Cahalan, the next speakers will be Alan Edgar, Barry Scott, Stephen Woodside, and Chris Amston. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to express my sympathy to the members of the council who were intimidated. There's a man behind me who stalked me and showed up at my home in the run-up to Measure D, trying to intimidate me. So I'm sorry to hear that that has happened to you as well. I mentioned before that I used to live in Capitola. My daughter went to Soquel Elementary. You know why I don't live in Capitola anymore? Because Capitola is too car-centric. I'm a bus commuter. I couldn't have come to this meeting today on the bus. I challenge each and every one of you to try for at least a week to get to work, to get to your meetings, to get to anywhere you need to go in this county by bus, to find out how much it hurts us that this county is so car-centric. I'd like to mention that people are pretending that if the trail stays on the trestle, that no one will come to the village, that somehow it will magically become safe just because there's a trail on the trestle. That's not going to happen. People are going to want to come into the village. There's wonderful places to be down here. The Britannia Arms is one of my favorite places to go. But I can't come here most of the time. It's just too difficult. I'm very disappointed that there will not be a safe choice on Park Avenue. Instead, it's likely that we'll be down in the ditch. I urge you to not have any further delays. Move as quickly as possible to make this trail happen. That is your primary objective now.
Thank you. Welcome.
Keith Cahalan, I apologize, I'm not going to debate mode because I have a lot to say. First of all, thank you very much for your decision. I support the rail and trail, most people do. Hopefully everybody remembers the reason we're here tonight is because the RTC is 18 to 20 million over their budget. They've mismanaged that. That's the only reason we're all sitting here tonight, okay? And a lot of the people's comments that are here tonight, please hold your applause. A lot of the people's comments here, especially those supporting the rail and trail, those are all RTC decisions. And you know, I only saw 2 people in this entire group here that were at the March meeting when I went down there to see what the hell they were doing. Okay, so if you're really concerned about this, don't talk to these 5 people up here. Go talk to the RTC. Please come to a meeting and talk to them because this is a construction project. They acquired the property in 2012. 2 months ago, they gave the estimate for what it would take to fix the bridges. Now, do you think if you guys were working for Granite Construction that you'd still have your job after 13 years if you couldn't give the estimate to the boss of what this project's going to cost? That's ridiculous. So the bottom line is, and to quote again the RTC, rail bank now. Sarah's already said at the March meeting that most of the rail tiles need to be replaced. They're going to have to pull them all up anyway. So rail bank it right now and let's get it done, okay? Secondly, you talk about bus service. Who's responsible for the bus service? The RTC is. I asked them at the meeting. They have no plan for the bus service, but my understanding is they're supposed to be planning transit.
You can please speak into the microphone.
They're supposed to be planning the transit for all the county. So what are they doing? Because even if they build the rail and the trail, how do you get off of it to the other parts? So my request for you is if you're a rail and trail supporter, go to the RTC meeting, please. And the other thing too is I hate getting dragged into this stuff, but the bottom line is I'm gonna call the county attorney tomorrow and see if he needs to have the grand jury investigate the RTC.
Thank you.
Again, the next speakers are Alan Edgar, Barry Scott, Stephen Woodside, and Chris Amston.
I'm Alan Edgar. I've lived in Soquel, up on Monterey Bay Heights for 50 years. I've been involved in various Capitola things ever since my kids started the junior lifeguard program. And I've always felt that whatever the city wants to do, it's really none of my concern. It's not my place to come here and speak to you because I don't live in Capitola. And I'm sad to say that I really do feel much more tonight like I'm an outsider than I did when I was waiting in line outside. But that's not what I'm going to use my time for. I'm going to tell you 3 quick bedtime stories because it's late. One of them is a dad and a little girl. They're riding the train Goes over the bridge. The little girl says, "Hey, Dad, can we get off and go down to Capitola and get an ice cream cone?" Dad says, "Sure." Another story, the same little girl, same dad. They're riding the train. They come to the bridge. The little girl says, "Why didn't the train stop in Capitola?" Well, because Capitola never wanted a train. They never wanted to stop. The last one is they're walking down a trail. And they get as far as 32nd Avenue. And that's the end of the trail. The little girl says, "How come there's no more trail?" Dad says, "There used to be a plan to have a trail all the way to Watsonville, but it died because of opposition." What happened to all the land? Nobody knows. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. Thank you, RTC, for your hard work and presentations. I had hoped to speak on behalf of Fort, and I'll read a couple of paragraphs from a prepared statement. Friends of the Rail and Trail is a local nonprofit community organization made up of over 12,000 supporters, 200 of whom live in the city of Capitola. These people who agree with expanding Santa Cruz County's transportation system to include passenger rail service and a 32-mile multi-use trail is detailed in the Monterey Bay Sanctuary Scenic Trail Master Plan. We are excited to see the next segments of the Coastal Rail Trail link more of the county together. The rest of my comments are going to be for myself. I was excited to see the Park Avenue alignment come on because I thought it was just a superior alignment. Easier for people to use, who get to their homes, not separated from neighborhoods by the tracks and the fencing that's needed, and less severe excavation required, et cetera, et cetera. And so, you know, many of us are saddened that the Park Avenue seems to be no longer available. I want to speak, however, to and thank staff for coming up with 4 interpretations to provide to you. But is it really true that you didn't even have 24 hours to look at that before making a decision? And what I had hoped for was a 1-week period of time for this decision that is one of the biggest decisions the city council in this county is making in my 11 or 12 years here, to be made so quickly. You know, if it's true that you only saw the slides today, and we all only saw the slides today, so the public speaking that we've wanted to do hasn't had much, you know, we haven't had an opportunity to speak to it, much less how much time have you had to speak. Possibly you might find a way to decide to bring it back.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Mayor Clark, and may it please the council, I'm Stephen Woodside. I've spoken to you now 3 times, and I apologize because it's late, and you probably want to go to bed. But I applaud you for your attention to this. Regardless of the outcome of the earlier decision, you have a tough job, and I applaud you. I think we need to try to come together to look forward as Capitola did when the wharf was severed in January, when Jamie stepped forward, when Jessica stepped forward, when members of this council, members of the community stepped forward and came together to restore something, public access to everybody. Everybody, not just Capitola residents, but everybody. The same is true with the rail corridor. This corridor was put into place for public use. Now, some of you know I've been an advocate for rail transit most of my professional life. I negotiated the deal on Caltrain on behalf of Santa Clara with San Mateo County and San Francisco. I believe in rail transit where it works. You've heard me say this before, where it works financially. Right now, I don't see it happening in my life, my children's life, or my grandchildren's life based on the cost numbers that keep increasing. Maybe it would be different, but in the meantime, rail banking is a real option, and Capitola can take the lead, not just for Capitola, but for the whole community, to say, we can do something. We know how to do something. We have a city manager who knows how to do something. We have a public works director who knows how to do something. We can get the job done. Maybe you go to the voters and you ask the voters here to help support it financially. Maybe you go to the community as Councilmember Jensen and Gail Ortiz and others came forward and raised private money to restore the trestle. That's a key part of this link. So I encourage you to take a leadership role if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Am I the last one? Julia? You can all rest assured this, it ends now. Okay. First of all, I want to thank our city council very, very much. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for listening to everybody in this room. You guys have been courageous. Tonight, you stood up for what is right. Okay? I'd like to ask one more time for a show of hands. How many people are still here from Capitola? Okay. Capitola spoke tonight, and you listened. I want to iterate that nobody is an outsider in Capitola, at least not to me. We love and we welcome our visitors, okay? But our city's policies should be decided by these voters. These are your constituents, okay? Now that we agree that City Ordinance 8.72 is in fact our law, this decision is an easy one to make. This is not about a train. This is not about the RTC losing any grant funds. This is about Park Avenue and keeping the trail on the rail. Please don't sacrifice our safety for the cost savings for the RTC. If Measure L is in fact codified into our law, this means there's no trail on Park Avenue. Please keep the trail on the rail corridor where we were promised it would be. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us, finishing with public comment. I am going to have to take a 3-minute break and run to the bathroom. And I hope I make it. A 3-minute recess. No, I had to turn off the back.
Rail then. Damn it. Thank that rail.
If we could make it back to our seats. I saw him walk out. we're going to start, but just with a little house cleaning. I'll hand it over to the Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. So at this time, all of the speaker cards have been called that were submitted for item 3B. We do have a handful of speaker cards whose names were called, but they did not come up to speak. So with the mayor's permission, we'll go ahead and close public comment since all people have been given the opportunity.
I see nobody objecting, so we will close public comment.
Thank you.
That'll bring us back to council deliberation. I believe I need to start on this side.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple points. We just went over our strategic plan of Capitola and where inclusivity and accessibility was included in our mission statement and our values. So to sit up here and be told that we are lacking in that is really sad. You know, I think we've all sat up here, you've all sat here tonight and witnessed values being upheld. And I'm kind of saddened that people think that we are trying to divide. Us as a council, that was a 5-0 vote. People should feel good about that our council is not divided, that we all want to stand up for the right thing. So just for the people that are feeling like we're trying to leave people out, that is clearly not what we're doing. We're trying to work with the RTC, with the county, with our staff to make sure that we can move a project forward. We took a vote on item 3A based off of a law. This is now based on a project. Yes, this project, it was in relation to that law, and now we are going to revisit this project. That, I will say, Caltrans feedback. Caltrans advised against eliminating Park Avenue. So Caltrans is saying, don't eliminate this portion. They still want us to do it. The CTC would likely not support a new trail gap due to reduced connectivity. We're trying to create connectivity, decreased project benefits, and risk of ATP grant reduction. That's if this project, whatever part of the Park Avenue corridor of the rail trail, doesn't go forward. So things are still in motion. We still have this grant money. We are still looking at a way to combine our neighboring cities and our county. So yeah, just a little bummed on some of those comments. I'll be honest, I took it a little personally. This is my third job. So I'm a third job holder, and I'm here, and I've been here since 5:15. So this is part of our inclusivity. I am part of these groups that have to work hard to maintain their residency of Capitola. Also, I think there was a note, this is kind of random, but about eliminating bike lanes if we're not going to do the diversion. That's not anything that I've been aware of, so I just want to make sure that that's not going to happen and that we are not pursuing that on Park Avenue. So I don't know if we are making a motion tonight, and I would love to hear back from my fellow council members as far as, I see this as a win. I see this as a way for us to continue working with RTC and the county to figure out what's going to work for the majority, not only Capitola residents, but for the county as well. Thanks.
Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to express a sincere gratitude to everybody who took the time out of their busy schedules to come here to express their opinions, one side or the other. I think that is an incredibly important aspect of our community. And I know it's not always easy to get up here in front of a microphone and speak your mind. I think that the amount of people that actually showed up today is a testament to the will of our community to work together and to find solutions to better the city of Capitola for the residents of Capitola and for the residents of our broader community. I also want to take a moment to appreciate everybody's efforts to remain civil and to show respect to each other. There was varying degrees of that, but I do appreciate everybody's effort, and I think that that's a really important thing to focus on moving forward. Regarding the Park Avenue alignments, I will say again that I do believe that there were significant merits to both alignments. I'm in favor of moving forward with the Park Avenue alignment within the rail corridor at this time, so that it does not conflict with Measure L. And I also believe that this is a good opportunity to revisit the Park Avenue traffic calming and bicycle safety improvements that we have discussed in the past. I don't think those two options are mutually exclusive, and I hope that we can take time in the near future to discuss what options we do have to make Park Avenue, the street, more safe for bicyclists. Also wanted to address a couple of public comments. One comment about my absence from the RTC meetings. I do understand the frustration of feeling that you don't have the information needed to come here and make public comments in a timely manner. And I do apologize that I have not been able to make every meeting. I will say that I, like many others, do work full-time. I do, on occasion, have work obligations that prevent me from attending the meetings. I believe I've missed approximately 3 meetings in the past 2 years. I don't believe that is out of line with expectations. All of our public committee members on council do have alternates for that purpose. And so I'll continue, making all of the meetings that I can and reporting back to the city as I'm able to. The other public comment that I wanted to touch on, is somebody was stating that they would like more interaction with city council members. And I would just like to take this opportunity to invite anybody here and anybody watching online to please reach out to me. I'm happy to grab coffee. I'm always happy to talk to our residents or people in the broader community one-on-one. That's something I believe is very important, and I will always make time to do that. So thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize to all my council members that we had to be called racist tonight because we decided that we're going to uphold the law that has been codified into our code since 2018. So I apologize for that was not the nicest thing to hear, and so I'd like to apologize for any of your feelings if they were hurt. I think it's great to talk about maybe what the project still is, and being optimistic. This is a project, we have segment 10, we have segment 11. The only thing we, as a council, made a decision is to uphold the law and said that we just don't want the 0.7 miles on Park Avenue. I didn't hear anybody say they don't want rail, they don't want trail. They weren't trying to divide. If we all remember, part of segment 10 ends because there's no funding to go across the trestle. So that is a break in connecting our communities. That's not our council making that. That is not funded. If that's an issue, that should be brought up to the RCC. That should be brought up to our council and say, we don't like this. Could you work with the RTC for that? I'd be more than happy to sit down. I applaud Sarah Christensen. I met with her last week, or maybe this week. Rod Timor was amazing, came out last Saturday. We walked 3 hours through our community to see the issues that we have. That's how we move forward together. We have upcoming issues, though, on segment 10. There are issues of encroachments. There are issues that are going to affect our Castle Mobile Estate Mobile Home Center. We need to talk about that now, early, and not wait until it becomes an issue that we're all back here and it's contentious. There was a PRA request that went out, and they came back and they were talking about eminent domain. That is the most scariest word that a homeowner could have. If that is something that's on the table, let's sit down and talk about it. Let's meet with our constituents. Let's talk about that. Let's be positive. Let's be transparent. Let's be proactive, and let's move forward. So the Zephyr grant is a big issue that's coming up. We need to look at what those conflicts are. Forget about money for now. Just look at how we can unite together. And then just backing on to what Councilmember Pedersen, I think all our council members are accessible. I myself hold office hours at least once a month. My next one is the last Saturday this month at the Capitola Library. And I believe I reach out and I applaud my other council members for trying to do that. And just one thing, I think sometimes we take a shot across the bow that some of us don't work. You know, I don't lay out what my employment schedule is, but I think I'm well over 70 hours a week, and I still carve out time to represent our community as a whole. And so I think that's a positive thing. And I know the other council members do the same exact thing. So those are my comments, and I look forward to Councilmember Orbach's comments, and then we can talk about how we can move forward. Thank you.
All right, we're almost done. Okay, so yeah, I voted with the council because I do believe that we need to work together despite our differences. I'm deeply saddened by the Park Avenue alignment not going through because I do believe in that alignment being superior to the coastal alignment. Given that we're talking about both segment 10 and 11, and given that I'm the only council member who live on the other side of Soquel Creek, the success of segment 10 will impact me and my neighbors directly. What can we do to help support our fixed income, low income seniors who have right-of-way encroachments along segment 10? They will not have the same resources as the homeowners who have encroachment issues along Escalona. I need to know that this council will support having our city staff work with the RTC to facilitate and solve this problem. Segment 10 will connect our 41st Avenue corridor to the rest of North County, which is 41st Avenue is our economic corridor, and it brings in 83% of our city's sales tax. So we need other ways for our community, for our neighbors to come in and shop and go to restaurants and visit our town. This segment 10 needs to succeed. I think a huge part of the reason why the RTC got this historic grant is because this segment will serve the low-income residents of Live Oak and connect them to schools, the harbor, Simpkins, and the boardwalk. I can't wait until I can hop on a bike and bike with my kids to those destinations. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I could get behind a project like Park Avenue. There's a lot of good things about it. But as it sits right now, if we were to move forward with just Park Avenue, that's in violation of Measure L. You can't dump it right up into the village. So with saying that, I hope we still work with the RTC and we come up with other plans. I hope someday we get to use the trestle. But like a little weight has been lifted off of us, and but we don't want to push the blame or anything on the RTC. We need to work together. So with that, don't know if we need a motion, but if we're looking for a motion.
I think based on the prior action the council took, staff would communicate with the RTC that the Park Avenue alignment is inconsistent with Measure L, and staff cannot proceed.
Everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
That'll be our direction. With that, I'll be an adjournment. Everybody be safe. Take care of one another. See you at the next week's regular scheduled meeting. Probably because of my dad. But after.